All right. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our January 29th, 2025 regular council meeting. I'd like to respectfully acknowledge that we are gathered on the unceded territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of our land. And we do have a couple of introductions of late items, two items for council's consideration. There is a rising report and a CBRD correspondence. Do we need motions for each? So if somebody wouldn't mind. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And I believe that was for both. We're allowed to do that? Perfect. All right, so both are moved. Thanks everybody for that. And we will move into our regular council minutes from January 15th. And if somebody could adopt those. Excellent. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, we'll move those as adopted unanimously. And then we have the Parks Advisory Commission, Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission minutes from September 5th. All right. Okay, thank you for that. Any errors or omissions on those minutes? Seeing none, we'll move those unanimously by council. And then we have the draft Parks and Rec Advisory Commission minutes from the 21st. Excellent. And any errors or omissions? Seeing none, we'll move those unanimously as well. And we will now move into staff reports. And we'll start with the Parks and Rec Advisory Commission recommendation and the continuation of the free public swim. And I'll pass it over to staff. Ms. Saunders.
Thank you through the Mayor to Council. This staff report is just to present a recommendation from the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission for Council's consideration. So at its meeting held on November 21st, 2024, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission considered the Courtenay and District Memorial Pool 2024 season highlights info sheet, which is attached for reference. And following the discussion, the commission approved the following motion. Which is that the PRAC recommends the City of Courtenay continue with free swim admissions in 2025 as it was implemented in 2024. There's some options presented for Council's consideration and happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thanks very much. And I'll open up to any council members that might have a question or comment. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think the timing of this feels a little off for me. We have not heard from the Recreation Commission on their budget for this year and the request the city has put forward for the pool in particular, as well as what we're considering tonight in terms of the overall financial plan. And so I'd be more interested in considering this request at a later date. I'm not sure if others have any thoughts, but I just feel that the timing, we're going to be likely having some tough conversations tonight around what we fund and don't fund. And I think that this should happen likely after that conversation.
And Councillor McCollum.
Well, I just thought we were going to pass this without much discussion, but seeing as there's some hesitation, I'll just voice that I'm pretty supportive of doing this. It was well received. It's an allocation from gaming funds, which we have the revenue to support, and those funds are meant to be used for broad community benefit. And I think this fits with that. It doesn't impact taxation, and it wouldn't really change what we receive from the CVRD in terms of support for the pool. I don't think there was an issue with timing there either. So I'm happy to support the recommendation. And there's a mic on, but I'm going to move the recommendation, if that's okay, Mayor. Is that okay with you?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. So, but I mean, we'll keep an open mind here because obviously there's a bit of discussion. So I'll pass it over to Councillor Moore.
Yeah, sorry, just quickly, Mayor. Yeah, I agree with Councillor McCollum. I was just going to mention about the gaming funds. It's not coming out of our general taxation. And I also would just add that we are possibly looking at lots of challenging times, and I think that is the time to help lower income families with recreation. I know it's not just low income families that use the pool, but it will help those that struggle. Thanks.
Thanks for that. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I was going to point out for me that regardless of whether the money is coming from taxation or from gaming fund, I think this is a worthwhile spend for me, and I'm comfortable passing it tonight. But I understand and appreciate Councillor Jolicoeur's opinion. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. Any further comments from council? I would say, you know, my only comments on this is, again, we do have those gaming funds and even some unspent from prior year. And one of the conversations I had with staff and has actually been part of some of my presentations that I've been doing out in the community is, you know, last year we had the highest take up of recreational time in the record of the city. So in fact, I believe it's now called Fun City. As I've been told by staff, just given how much people have really gotten back after COVID and you know, a really downtime. So again, I think this is a minimal cost coming from gaming funds that will have a very positive impact on our community. So with that, if there's no further comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And Councillor Jolicoeur opposed. Thanks for that. And move on to infrastructure and environment engineering with the Enderton Dike remediation. And I'll pass it over to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 4.2.1 is seeking council support for a funding application that'll be quite transformative in the downtown core. Ms. Tezioli is here, I believe, for questions. We've got a lot on the agenda today. We can say that we've been in discussion with Comox First Nation as a part of this, and they've in presentations to the former elected chief and council, there was questions about role and opportunity for engagement, and that will be hardwired into the design as well as the ultimate when we are successful with funding on this and the work itself.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And I'll turn Ms. Tezioli's podium mic on. Are there any questions from council? Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's better to ask now or when we get to the discussion on the capital plan. My question was just that the financial implications in the report are laid out as 1.1 million in total for this piece of the Enderton Dike remediation work. I realize it's more extensive than that. And it's $2 million in the capital plan. Is there work in the 2025 capital plan in addition to this? And this is kind of one piece of that. I just wanted to clarify that there's kind of more than just this piece that we're planning on initiating in 2025. I see you nodding.
Great clarification, Councillor McCollum. So this budget proposed at 2 million covers two phases of work. One being the demolition of the existing buildings, and two, the design of the naturalized shore. And so what we're seeking provincial funding for is the preliminary and detailed design of the shore. That's the $1.1 million project, and the grant would cover 400,000 of that.
That's great. Yeah, I'm hopeful that we could get some provincial support for this. I guess my other question is just, is there a sense of how well subscribed this funding is likely to be, and if we're hopeful, or if it's just, you know, a shot at getting some support without much expectation?
I had the same question for the province, and this grant has been initiated in two parts. So the first part was an expression of interest, and the second part is an invitation to full proposal. They've advised us that all applicants that were invited to full proposal, they intend to fund. And so we've been invited to that second stage. So we're given the impression that it's likely, but of course it's not confirmed, and we have to go through that full proposal stage.
Well, that's great. It sounds quite hopeful. So thanks for sharing that.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum. And yeah, it's great to hear that there's that level of positivity. But as was mentioned earlier tonight, there's lots happening in the world around us as far as budgets go. So really appreciate that insight. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I think it's really important that we move ahead with this. I really want those buildings to come down, and I want what's left behind to not be a sore spot in the city that ends up being a refuge for shopping carts and such. No derogatory intent there, but I think people know what I'm saying. So I think it's important that we do go ahead. The only thing I'm a little concerned about is our commitment to cost overruns. And I guess what I'm wondering about is whether the timing is going to influence that one way or the other. Presumably, we would have some choice, but whether our commitment to those cost overruns would take place this year or next year or sometime in the future.
Great question. And I think that the likelihood of cost overruns really depends on our estimates. And so the estimates that we have to date are conservative. They've considered a lot of uncertainties and a lot of unknowns. So we've factored that contingency into the estimate. So it makes it a lot less likely that there will be cost overruns. Of course, that's always a risk with capital projects. But that is standard language that the granting authority has asked for in the resolution. So that's not something that staff had specifically added, but it's something that we're doing to meet the requirements of the granting authority.
Thanks for that clarification. Yeah, I mean, the fact that that's coming from the grantor, that's very specific language. And again, yeah, without a specific number attached to that cost overrun or to say to a maximum of, et cetera. Yeah, I guess that's where it might cause a little bit of uneasiness for sure. So I don't see any further questions or comments at this point. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Okay, it's been moved in second. Any further questions or comments now that's on the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor? And motion carries. All right. Moving on to external reports and correspondence, we have the Association of Vancouver Island AGM and Convention, the first call for resolution and convention information. And so just to receive the letter, Councillor Hillian.
Yeah, just one question, Mayor. Yeah, no problem. Receipt motions are great. I'm assuming that we're going to have the opportunity to bring forward resolutions. And I wonder if we could dispense with notices of motion, which basically drags it out by a second meeting. That if somebody has a resolution that they want to take to AVICC, that it gets circulated and basically brought to the table, given that there's time constraints involved.
Thanks for that, Councillor Hillian, and I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you through the mayor. We do have some procedures in place, but we are recognizing timing. And I have spoken to some members of council about this in my one-on-ones. Given all the things that are happening in the universe as it is, happy to provide some information to people if they have resolutions. And we also know previous resolutions have been passed or other work from this community. So staff are here to assist if needed.
Hopefully that answers Councillor Hillian.
Yeah, I'll maybe just give notice, and thanks to Mr. Garbutt for that, but I will be bringing forward a resolution related to photo radar as both a source of traffic safety and revenue for the municipality. Thanks.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And will it be photo radar and red light cameras or just photo radar? Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I note that the deadline is February 6th, so I'm not sure. I haven't actually pulled up our schedule, but how does that work for resolutions to be brought up and approved?
If it's February 6th, that means we're stuck.
Approved several at the regional district yesterday, but I just don't believe that without a special council meeting, we can fit that within our schedule here.
Unless the resolution is brought forward today. So yeah, I was going to say, look to council or to staff if we can defer this one and bring it back later in the meeting. Mr. Garbutt.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. We had this on the agenda, distributed to council previously about the deadline when it first came out. So we can table this item if I'm using the correct language, and you can bring it back if there are resolutions that you would like to introduce. And we can attempt to help craft resolutions if there's topics. I'm aware of a specific resolution about voter radar and red lights that we can pull up from previous other communities. So it's important. We can, if council can think about that, that would be great.
Excellent. So given that, oh,
And just to clarify on the process, the items before council just for a receipt at this point. What I can do is I can reach out to AVICC as well and find out if they can accommodate late receipt of any resolutions that may need to appear at the next council meeting. I have been successful in achieving that previously, but as CEO Mr. Garbutt has mentioned, we'd have to get working on the resolutions and the related support documents. So council would need to be in touch with staff as soon as humanly possible to do that. But I can reach out and advise what the response is from the AVICC to hopefully alleviate that deadline.
because yeah, I think it depends on when their executive is reviewing them. So if there's a period, and they may give a buffer for for this type of conversation. So okay, receipt's been moved and seconded. So for right now, we'll take the vote on receipt. All those in favor? And that passes. And then for right now, we'll look to staff for some assistance drafting and getting it moving forward as soon as possible. Next, we have the 2025 Comox Valley Water Committee voting structure recommendation. And just for receipt. All right, thank you for that. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? And that motion passes as well. And we'll move into council resolutions. And we do have a rise and report for 2025 council appointments. And we have those up on the screen. If somebody would like to move that. Or, oh yeah, it's a rise and report. We already did. We're just notifying people. Might be rising and reporting, as some might say. Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, we'll let the organizations know who they're new, if the representation has changed, and follow through. That was an item we wanted to make sure that we mentioned.
Excellent. Much appreciated there. So again, that's just for that. And then we do have a notice of motion from Councillor Morin.
I'll try to speed read. So this is entitled Public Substance Use Education and Awareness Event. I'd like to thank staff for helping me draft this. Whereas there is a pressing need to address the significant impacts of substance use related harms in our community's health and well-being, exacerbated by the unregulated toxic drug crisis. And whereas the City of Courtenay prioritizes fostering social infrastructure in alignment with the official community plan's objective of promoting coordinated and evidence-based responses to complex social issues and collaborating with regional partners to address homelessness, mental health, and addiction. And whereas a community event is consistent with the recommendations outlined in the Comox Valley Substance Use Strategy, which emphasizes the importance of decreasing stigma associated with addiction, reducing the harms of substance use through community education that frames substance use as a health issue, promotes understanding of brain development and addiction science, encourages collaboration across all levels of government, and strives to eliminate stigma within various systems. Whereas the Community Action Initiative has committed $10,000 in funding from the Community Action Team funding stream towards a public substance use education awareness event. Therefore, be it resolved that Council directs staff to work in partnership with the Indigenous Women Sharing Society, Comox Valley Substance Use Collaborative, Comox Valley Community Action Team, and the Community Action Initiative to provide support for the coordination of a public substance use education and awareness event proposed for spring 2025, and be it further resolved that council provide up to $7,500 from the Council Initiatives Fund to the Indigenous Women Sharing Society as fiscal host to support event-related costs, including costs associated with the use of city facilities, and be it further resolved that the mayor write letters to the town of Comox, Village of Cumberland, and Comox Valley Regional District requesting that they consider a financial contribution to the event in the amount of $2,500.
Excellent. Thanks for the notice of motion, Councillor Morin, and that will come forward at a future meeting. And with that, we will move on to our financial budget engagement for 2025. And I think I'll pass it over to staff. Mr. Garvin.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Mr. Langemeyer is going to start. Wes, this is a great deal of work was done to prepare this. I want to acknowledge the time that we spent with council, reviewing our strategic plan and workshopping a little bit to get some general discussion, and the internal work that's done to bring this forward. I'm going to note before we start that since we started this process, and there has been some very, very significant issues emerging in our local community, British Columbia, and North America, I would say, which has caused a great deal of uncertainty and concern. And so in conversations with council prior to this meeting, once the budget was published, your staff team has been working to consider and understand those concerns, and we have some options for council to consider. And I'm not going to preempt any of that. That's not the intention of this introduction, but we're going to give an overview of the budget process itself, and then we will have significant options for council to address where we want to be in 2025 and beyond.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Nice to be here once again. I'm going to get right into things with our budget engagement. So similar to last year, is what I'm talking about, right? I got some funny eyes.
Just a little quiet, I think.
Me? Quiet?
Yeah, you sounded quiet to me, yes.
Oh, okay.
I was going to look ahead to.
Similar to last year, we used the online budget engagement tool called Balancing Act. We had fewer respondents this year, 72 down from 125. The nice part about this is we still can quantify the total hours of budget engagement. And so we had 87 hours of people looking and playing with our budget tool, which really lets people think about, how our budget works and what are the trade-offs we have to understand. You compare this to traditional engagement where you might have a in-house meeting and you have 2 people, 3 people, 5 people sitting there and you have some presentation. So this is just one other method of seeking what people are thinking. One of the items I want to bring your attention to is a bit of a change in the age and demographic of folks responding to it. So on the third page, I have, we're seeing a little bit of a trend of how long you've lived in Courtenay, and more respondents are newer to town than in the prior year. There was more longtime residents. And the average age of the respondents sort of dropped a bit. So it was interesting seeing those small changes. Is it just the timing that the tool was out? Are there different folks that are now more interested? Are younger people interested in budgeting? I personally hope so. And I want to bring our attention to, on page 5, we have the average change by department. The tool is interesting because it combines lots of data from lots of different folks. One of the challenges I find, though, is when you take all the data from all the folks and put it together, you kind of get one gray number. What I find works well is if you split, folks who had an increase to an area versus the folks that selected to decrease that area, and really understanding how much, if you wanted an increase in service or willingness to spend on there, how much was that versus mixing the two together. When I was looking at last year's data to this year's data, it was a very interesting shift from the willingness to spend on public safety, specifically policing. Last year, that area saw a significant increase. It was the largest, biggest increase area. This year, it had the biggest reduction in willingness to pay for that area of service. Thought that was fascinating little tidbit. An area that is quite imbalanced, you could say, is the willingness to spend on recreation. The people who wanted to spend on it, almost $1 million more to the recreation function. The folks that clicked the decrease, a $1.2 million reduction. That makes you wonder. There's clearly some people really want it, and some people, that's very much not important to them. So balancing these inputs is a challenge, because no matter what we do, it's the wrong thing. If we leave it the same, nobody's happy. If we increase it, half of the folks are unhappy. If we decrease it, half the folks are also unhappy. The table on page 6 breaks the data down a little bit differently. For the folks who selected either an increase or decrease to property tax being the main revenue source, I took their responses and segregated them. So a person, so out of the 72 respondents, 10 people clicked on, I want a reduction in property tax. 16 people said, I would like an increase in property tax, likely to fund the different items they're choosing. 46 people left property tax the same and adjusted their balanced budget within existing services. So they would have maybe increased one thing and had a matching decrease. I found this this is a fascinating piece to look at. So you can more see if a person is willing to increase property tax or decrease, you can see the correlation of what service is most important to them. You know, looking at kind of the trend, the 10 folks who decreased property taxes, they provided a fairly big reduction in recreation and transportation services. So it's, you know, not the same trend you saw when you looked at just the expenses alone. Looking at the folks that were willing to go for an increase in property tax, they wanted to see more. They wanted to see more action into the transportation area, which is, you know, it kind of goes hand in hand. And I finally want to draw the attention to the web link for the Power BI. It's a tool that you can really slice and dice all the data. If you just click on like the respondents from a certain age category, you can click it and it will just give you the data from those respondents. So it really helps you dig into the data a bit more. In the future, I'd like to get our total responses up, you know, looking at 76 responses out of our almost 30,000 people population, not a very big sample. However, there's room for improvement. Lastly, one of the pieces that is really hard, you can't quantify in numbers, is all the commentary that comes along with it. In the tool, you're able to leave your comments behind in each area or in certain questions like we ask, what do you like best about Courtenay? What can we improve on? And in areas where, you know, what's your suggestion for us to do? In the appendixes, I've summarized the main themes in there. And it's kind of, you read them and you see like those all make sense. Those are what we're hearing out there. It's what we're seeing. And you know why people like living here? It's the location, it's the activities. And with that, this is a briefing note for your information.
All right, thanks very much for that. And so I guess just a motion to receive the briefing note. Then we can move on. Okay, and we'll just receive that unanimously as far as council, and we'll move on to the actual 2025 to 29 financial plan, and I'll pass it right back to you.
Wonderful, nice to be here once again. This is a big area. We have a wonderful financial plan presentation. I really like this ability to communicate, you know, all the work that occurs in the city. We bring all the departments together. I get to talk with a lot of people and see what are their challenges, what are they looking for. We'll get right to it. So getting into our cost drivers, internal, external, ones we have somewhat control over, well, not so much control over, is the QP argument change. We're in a year for bargaining. We're seeing some cost benefits or cost increases in our benefit area. Again, similar to last year, people are returning to using their benefits. You know, you can get a massage now. And response to services. And then a push in recreation to try to become a living wage employer. We're seeing that area. We're lucky that we can continue to hire people, but we're seeing those wages push up. Some of the external ones is inflation has fallen from the prior years, but I'll sound like a broken record. We're still catching up with those higher inflation numbers. We're often basing our current year budgets off of last year's actuals. And those are still seeing those big cost increases. One of our biggest expenses alone is wages. For the 2025 plan, we're spending about $20 million in wages. This all boils down to here are our full-time equivalent staff. Throughout the plan, there's 6 new additional requests, bringing our total FTE to 218. Now, these are just the regular folks. These don't include your casuals, your temporaries, or your non-union folks. Throughout the presentation, this will be a theme, this page. We like to show, starting from the left in different columns, what our budget was last year. Any changes occurred, so we remove, if we had like a one-time item, it removes and we end up with like the base budget where we're starting from for 25. All the inflation factors. Service level impacts are the ones where there's somewhat of a choice of a change in service level. It can be an increase or decrease. Growth related costs are, we're doing the same thing, there's just more responses. One-time items are known items that they're not big enough to fall into a special project or a capital project, but we know they happen once. It might be a triannual requirement to do a certain task, but instead of having our budget, bounce around as part of the base, we would like to highlight it. In the next year, those fall off and return our budgets back to normal. The capital items are when we build a capital project and we have an impact, we like to highlight, the operational impact of bringing that new item on board. And then the carry forward. These are items that we had planned to do in the prior year, didn't get them done. Instead of taxing again, we're carrying them forward, relying on the prior year surplus to pay for these. And then in the following year, they'll fall off and not show up again. And then a reallocation brings your change, from one line to another. If you had a change in legal fees to something else, it's not an increase or decrease, moving from left to right. And that brings us to the 2025 budget amount. So one of the big pieces we have talked about over the prior years is our surplus and how we got here. Surplus is essentially your profit or loss at the end from your operations. For a number of years, we were quite steady. Surplus didn't change a whole lot. Throw in the COVID years, throw in supply chain issues, staffing issues, and we really see that surplus number rise. So through the years, we see what has happened to it. In 23, hidden behind that thing is a big contributor to our surplus in 2023 was RCMP staffing levels. I'm happy that the last bill I received for the RCMP, they're right at their authorized level. I haven't seen that number in years. What that does though is, the surpluses that we had relied on in the past, the spending is keeping up with the budget. And so those could change in the future. Looking at 24, we have an estimated surplus of $4.4 million. There's a few items that we know need to be removed as they're not usable. LG cap fund, some grant money coming in. The spending is still occurring. Snow clearing, contingency, and DCC revenue. That's revenue received specifically for DCC projects that can't be used on any other things. So it gives us with an estimated unencumbered surplus for the end of 24 of about $3.3 million. The list below is some of the items that are contributing to the surplus, how we ended up with that. The biggest portion still is staff vacancies. It is still challenging to find people these days. Why that is, I'm not an HR expert, but it's hard. I wish I could provide more. Moving right along. So where are we? Prior year surplus, we had $19 million. We got to pull out all the items that are already tagged for spending. Reserve for future expenditure. Those are prior year's tax money for capital projects. Oh, what is happening?
I think Ed is helping.
Oh. Talk louder. Okay, excellent. Okay, so bring it all together. Our projected available ending surplus after transfers and changes for the end of 24 is $11.2 million. The question is, how much surplus should a municipality hold? We look at our total operating spend. We're scheduled to spend $75 million. We can pull out water and sewer operations because those have their own funds and their own specific surpluses. That leaves $55 million of spending in the year. You break that down by the month, day, and week, and it turns into a lot of cash we would go through. So in a given month, we spend $4.6 million. You know, put that into perspective, you know, should we have 10 million, 12 million, $20 million in surplus? The table on the right shows our reserve scenarios. 20% gives us 10.4 weeks of spending on hand. It's $11.1 million. So we are in the zone. Depending on where council wants to go, we can go above or below that. You know, we roll down to an acceptable level of 15% of our annual spend being in surplus or reserve. You know, it makes it a bit tighter. We have less than 2 months of cash on hand. Where we really found this useful was during COVID, and there was a delay in property tax collection. You know, by the time June rolls around, we have spent all our money we collected over the prior year, and we're expecting to bring in more. But if those collections don't materialize, you know, we have to rely on different sources. Will that happen again? I can't say. So bring it into overall revenue. Property tax is our main source of revenue. It represents 47% of our total revenue. The next biggest piece is our fees and charges. Note that water and sewer fees fall into that fee and charge category, and they represent a substantial portion of that. So of our 33% of fee and charge revenue, 27% is to the water and sewer function. You know, that you see the other government transfers and other revenue, they make up a very small amount. Government transfers are typically grants that occur one time or have very specific uses. So when you look at overall revenue sources, property tax is the municipality's main source. Breaking it into more detail, I like to show this one where we can really see, looking at those fees and charges, you can see where that 33% really breaks down to. Sewer and water are, again, the majority. You have a bit of revenue coming from development services, but that's so driven by what's happening in the construction community. We don't have control to either, like, you know, encourage builders to build if there's no market for it. On this slide, I simply want to highlight that provincial transfer. It includes our gaming transfer. We have kept that at what we're seeing historically, that $1.2 million. If we're going to see change, it'll be adjusted year to year. Bringing the discussion right back to BC assessment and market change. This year was kind of nice to see that we didn't see big volatility in assessment changes. You know, residential saw an average change of only 0.86%. A neat part, though, is we're seeing the construction that has been happening over the last several years come online, and we had a non-market change. So the new construction being taxed for the first time is bringing about $400,000 or $740,000 of revenue to the city. That is one of the higher non-market changes we've seen in the last 5 years. Notably, though, if you look at how much that is as a percentage of the total tax levy, it hasn't changed substantially. If you look back to 2021, we saw a non-market change of $530,000, and it represents 2% of the tax levy at that time. Fast forward to 2025, we're seeing a higher non-market change, but it's actually a slightly smaller piece of that tax levy. As our taxes grow, the amount of construction and change will essentially diminish because your existing taxation base becomes so big. I really like this slide as it shows our assessment distribution compared to our tax burden. In different municipalities where you have a big industrial base, you can really see the change in your assessment distribution, how your taxes come down. City of Courtenay, we're very much residential based. The top table there with the assessment distribution, 89% of our assessment is residential. I know the remaining 10.8 is our commercial, and like a fraction is everything else. So and then you look at the tax burden of our total taxes collected, 65% coming from the residential and 33% coming from commercial. You know, you compare that with the assessment distribution, it is reasonable. It has stayed similar, but we are seeing that slight trend where commercial is starting to make up a little bit less of the overall taxation burden, and the residential class is picking up some of that. But that's due to the amount of assessment growth in the residential class, and that's where our community is growing, is in the residential properties. It's not a good or bad thing. It is just the facts of what's occurring. Our taxation changes are the same by class. So a residential property this year is proposed to go up by 10%. A commercial property is proposed to go up by 10%. But as our residential construction just outpaces commercial, that's where you see that burden sort of shift. I like this nice colorful slide as it shows, where do we fall in communities similar size to us across BC? This data is pulled from the BC Stats website, and it shows the taxes, utilities, fees payable on an average home. And this includes all levels of taxes collected on the property tax bill. Note that a number of the properties with a lower average home tax have substantial industrial taxation. Typically, industrial taxation quite supplements your residential taxation, as it's can afford and it's been historically taxed higher. I like to point out Fort St. John because they're a beneficiary of the Peace River Agreement, which distributes $50 million across the 4 municipalities up north. And then this slide looks more locally at what's happening around us, not so much population based. But again, you can see, we're not at the top end of the scale. We're right in the middle, very comparable. Cumberland actually taxes more than us. I'm always surprised at that. Yet Port Alberni is lower. But look at that. But if we were to look at Port Alberni's assessment distribution, they have a bit of that industrial assessment. However, it gives you a risk because if industry leaves, you have a hole to fill in your budget, or you have to make substantial changes. So bringing this all together, what does it look like? The financial plan as prepared brings in a discretionary tax change of 10%. That amount was identified through the prior year's financial plan, through council's deliberation on setting the 2024 tax change. It resulted in pushing a bit of the tax increase into 2025. And we can see that continue on. So 2025, we're looking at a 10% tax change with use of about $2 million worth of surplus, gives us a balanced budget. In 2026, we're still using the 1.5 million in surplus, but we're still requiring 11.9% tax change. And you can see in the later years that it smooths out a bit. We have a couple big projects coming on in 25 and 26, and that's where we're seeing that bit of a spike. Further, as the tax values increase, their percentage changes can decrease slightly.
Mr. Courtenay.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. Adam is setting the stage here, and we are going to be specifically discussing with council what we can do and options as it relates to managing that percentage tax increase and the resulting values. And so we're speaking to the existing draft financial plan. We will be discussing specifically with council on ways to address, as I had talked to before this presentation started, about how the universe has had pretty significant changes in the last 2 months. And so I just want to assure council we're speaking to the draft plan, and we have a good amount of information to recognize some of these changes. And I just wanted to add that because a lot of this was prepared prior to some of the discussions that we've been having recently.
Thanks for that.
So what does this mean on your average residential dwelling? The table here shows that we take the average home. And the expected property tax is just shy of $2,000. It is an increase over the prior years, $180. Where we see the other increases coming in is in our sewer and water fees. Please note the solid waste, there is absolutely no change. And so bringing this all together, the money we're asking our residents to pay for the year is $3,700. It is an increase of $331 over the prior year. And when we do percent, it lands at about a 9.6% increase. I do want to highlight that of the utility fees, the sewer and water functions of our operating costs, about 50% is a direct transfer to the CBRD for the treatment of sewer and the treatment of water.
And we have a question from Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for letting me interrupt on this slide, just because I don't know if we're going to return to it as we continue on. Yeah, just looking, I was looking at, the trend, and not only are we contemplating a fairly large increase in 2025, but it looks worse in 2026, and then 2027 is starting to change. But then looking in the table that was provided in the bylaw, Schedule A, it shows in 2026 a surplus of 9.2 million and then 13.8 million in 2027. And so I just want to understand why we would plan such a significant surplus while simultaneously having an 11.9% increase. I'm just not totally clear on what rationale we're using on those, because it looks from our financial plan that we actually have a slight decrease in expenses next year. So I just wanted to understand that better.
That is a really good question. So what you're looking at is our operating surplus. So in the financial plan bylaw on Schedule A, it outlines our total revenue. So if we look at 2025, total revenue is $81 million, and that's across our sewer, water, and general function. Then we have our operating expenses, which is a total of $84 million. So for 2025, we're showing an operating deficit of $2.6 million, and that's okay. You go to the transfers and acquisitions, and so we have, this is where you record your principal payments for debt, your capital acquisition, so the capital assets we're buying, any borrowing money coming in. So we can't really treat borrowing as revenue because we pay it back. And then our transfers to and from reserve. So once you bring those pieces in, we get to a surplus or deficit of 0. And so looking through 2026, we are projecting an operating surplus of $9 million. However, if we look at our capital spend for that year, we're looking at a capital spend of $57 million. So it's really the operating costs versus the total revenue we're bringing in versus what we're spending on capital and debt repayment in that year. So I recognize that, one slide says we need tax increases. The financial plan shows deficits and surplus occurring. How does it all come together? It really lands in the capital plan, driving the need for tax increases over the next several years.
Thanks for that. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks for that. And just to follow up, what you're saying in this Schedule A is that the operating surplus is sort of zeroed out in the transfers and acquisitions in particular. So they just come out at a different place. And those transfers and acquisitions, I guess those are all driven by our bylaws around those areas. Is that where we budget, we have some reserves that we've passed by bylaw to do, and others, are some of them just standard, or how does that play out, the decision making in those transfers?
So I do have a reserve slide further on, but it is exactly that. The Sustainable Infrastructure Investment Plan is one of those established, contributions that would be really found in that transfer to reserve. What you're also seeing is when we're spending money on a capital project that we've put money into that reserve, that's where it comes as a draw from reserve. If your organization is continually running an operating surplus and then spending its funds on capital, that's a good thing, because the organization is reinvesting in its capital assets for the long term. If you're seeing a municipality constantly run operating surplus and not putting that money into the capital plan, it's like, what's the longevity of that organization? It's key. You have to reinvest in capital to keep your organization going. It's the same for a corporation versus a municipality. If you're not investing in capital, eventually you're going to run it into the ground and it's going to fail.
Understandable. And so it's more of an accounting notation here that we show operating surpluses or deficits before those other items, which to the average homeowner might be a little odd that it doesn't come down at the end as a zero, but
That is correct.
okay, thanks.
A municipality is not permitted to actually, on that final line, run a surplus or a deficit. We must present a balanced budget.
Thanks.
Thanks for the clarification. Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Yeah, and thanks, Adam, for letting us ask these clarifying questions along the way. Just looking at I guess the third line from the top, the percentage change. I just find it interesting that for 2025 and 26, they're 10 plus, and then from 27 on, they're 6-ish, sometimes below 6. Is there not a way, given the sort of current challenges we're experiencing, to use our existing surplus wisely and to smooth out those numbers? Because as you can see, they're obviously dramatically, it's a series of really steep increases in the first 3 and some very moderate ones following on. I was wondering if you care to comment on that.
So what I really equate the use of the surplus to supplement overall tax revenue. Let me back up a slide. So that top line, revenue required, that's the total amount of revenue we need to balance our budget given the current current operations. The property taxation line, the third bolded one down there, is our projected tax revenue to balance the budget. If we continually reduce tax increases and maintain the same service levels with the same growth in services, we're constantly going to be pushing against inflation. Our taxation isn't matching our services rendered. We're able to afford to do it because we have surplus on hand. A method to get around this would be to defer items further out, or really look at, are the services we're providing the ones we want to provide? You know, eventually if you change nothing, the operating costs continue on, and if the taxation never catches up, you're constantly always behind.
So deferral to those later years where we're seeing the 6.3 or 5.4, if I remember the numbers correctly, that deferring project cost to those years would be a way of smoothing that out, so to speak.
It could be.
Okay, it is a method.
It is
not
one
the
tool
method, but it is one of the possible methods. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Thanks for that, Councillor Cole-Hamilton. And I don't see any other lights. We'll continue on.
Okay. Yes, the tax change scenarios. So similar to prior year, council was interested in, one's presented, but what are some of the other options? And it brings it to this, we can use surplus to bring down the current year tax change. We have the luxury of having a surplus do this. We're not in a situation where we must either change services, eliminate projects to get to reduce tax change. We're in a very fortunate area where we have surplus from the prior years to say, hey, we want to continue with the services we have. We recognize that we run a surplus, so let's use it to bring down this year's tax change. And that's okay. What it does is it impacts how much money you have for future things, how much money you have in that reserve if something occurs. But that's all information council can balance of the trade-offs. So looking at it, if we have a 9% tax change, we draw $347,000 more from the surplus. The impact on an average home is $18. What that does is it pushes that tax increase though to 2026. We haven't changed service levels or service expectations yet. So the costs in 2026 are staying the same. Our tax revenue in 2026 is going to be lower because our increase in 25 was lower and our increase in 24 was lower. So until we get to an area where those two lines converge, we're constantly going to be pushing a bow wave.
And Mr. Garvin.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Adam and I are going to be doing a little bit of a tag team. We've shared some information with council for their consideration. And so those tax change scenarios, we have information that's accessible should council choose a lower tax change. And the important thing to note is, as I talked earlier, because of the situation that is changing and evolving around us, it's really important to be recognizing the current conditions while at the same time have a strategic and long range focus. Our finance officer is giving us a heads up that we need to be prudent and strategic and make sure that we have balanced issues. And at the same time, we do acknowledge that there are some challenges in front of us, immediately in front of us, and a great deal of it is unknown. In years past, we relied pretty much exclusively on our strategic priorities, and we didn't look at and factor in these unknowns. And so, as I said earlier, when we get to the end of this presentation, we will talk to council about those options and potential responses to a lower tax rate scenario, which would take a strategic approach to address these items. And I think it's really important that the public is aware that the public servants of this organization are aware of that, and council is extremely alive to that, anticipating some conversations about what would be possible to be both nimble and be able to pivot and be strategic at the same time. We're going to provide some additional information on options. And I don't mean to insert myself in sort of council's deliberations specifically, but we will have information on additional options other than ranging from 10 to 8%. But this presentation was drafted, and so you will hear a lot of reference to 10%. And I just want to reiterate that that is more dialogue at the end of this presentation.
Right. So a piece I want to bring in is we're not the only taxers taxing a home. At the time that I was preparing this, I did not have perfect information. So we're estimating, other taxing authorities overall increase once you bring in library, school, CBRD, hospital district, MFA is about 7.3%. So overall, that single residential city plus others, we're looking at an average home's tax bill of about $5,500. From the prior year, that's an 8.9% increase. Looking at that colorful slide where we fall within that range, we're very much still in the same area. I recognize that Campbell River, specifically their council, has directed very low tax increases. And so we could see maybe in the next couple of years, at the trajectory we're on, we may meet Campbell River in there. Really depends on what the council chooses here and in Campbell River. So bringing it to reserves, what we have here is our estimated reserve balances. The reserves we have very specific uses. Any reserve that you see that has no change whatsoever, those are reserves that are very reactionary. Like the land sale reserve, we don't put money into that unless the municipality sells a piece of land. We're able to draw out land sale funds for specific items, capital and land related. What I want to draw your attention to is our infrastructure reserve. This is where the sustainable infrastructure investment plan lands. And you can see that reserve is one of the few that is increasing over the years. One of the pieces that we'll see in future plans is with the SIP reserve growing and it becoming very normalized, number of those capital projects in the further years out will likely be changed to infrastructure reserve versus borrowing, because we'll actually have the money in the bank to do it. At this time, I'm not comfortable presupposing this far out until we have adequate funds to do it. But that's where council really see the benefit of getting us off perpetually relying on debt to renew our assets. You've put the tools in place to fund them appropriately where we can really get going on these items and not constantly having to be looking for the debt, wondering if this is an affordable piece. And a summary of gaming. This is a nice one. It brings out all the identified and pre-approved items for gaming. I want to highlight that we're seeing the cost of the 2 RCMP members funded from gaming. It is continuing to rise and it's becoming a bigger portion of our total gaming revenues coming in. We're not expecting gaming revenue to change substantially because there has been no change to the size of the casino like that. So revenue really shouldn't change much. But our RCMP method we're doing now, funding 2, is ticking up. Another change that I want to highlight is in the prior years, we simply used to do a capital contribution from gaming to capital reserve. The gaming folks prefer us to identify a specific project. So from now going forward, we've identified projects that sort of fit that big general good to be funded from gaming. So in 2025, the traffic calming improvements on Back Road are proposed to be funded from gaming. 26, fire hall heating and ventilation replacement on the existing fire hall. 27 is Lewis Center roof replacement. 28, cycling network plan improvement areas. And then finally in 2029, it's slated for a miscellaneous playground. And with that, we can bring it to questions on surplus, tax, reserves, and gaming.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And I appreciate you pointing out that those RCMP costs are escalating and coming out of the gaming reserve as opposed to sort of regular operating like the rest of the RCMP stuff. And then again, I think identifying those projects is a great idea because then it's something that we can really put forward as a good that we've gotten from these gaming funds. So, Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. And of course, all the hard work on the budget. I had a question about one of the slides, tax change scenarios, where we talked about, if we changed our required taxes this year by using reserves, what that would mean down the road. And I just want to clarify that if we did a reduction in services, as in took out some projects or some spending, that the future tax implications wouldn't be this, if we didn't touch the reserves and we in fact just reduced our service level. Would it be fair to say that the future tax changes wouldn't be impacted?
It's very dependent on the project or service being changed. A number, well, actually every single one of our special projects is funded for prior year surplus already. So if we were to simply take out a special project, it would have no impact on the future tax change. Really, the future operating expenses, which drive the tax change, are ongoing regularized services. So it would have to be a substantial or a change to a tax-funded service.
But we wouldn't be in fact increasing future years' taxation needs if we took out a special project, for instance.
One more time.
We wouldn't be increasing future years' tax needs if we got rid of a special project in 2025. So we would have like a zero effect on 2026, for instance.
That is correct.
And we would still be left with the surplus in our bank account to do something in the future with.
That is correct.
Okay. I think that's all for now.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I know we do have a section coming up on our CMP, but because you brought it up that this past year was the first time that we'd actually, our positions were where they were funded for. But in this budget, it does look like we have an additional position on top of that. Like it was 28.4 positions funded, and in the budget it's 29.4. So I understand that we want to make sure that we're fully funded for those positions, and there could be more positions filled. But I also know that last year was the first year since I was on council that we actually filled that one position, and we're still a position ahead. So I guess I'm just curious whether we do need to fund 29.4 if currently we have 28.4 positions, because that is a fair whack of money. And I believe RCMP, the portion of the budget, am I correct? I don't have it. I don't know. I don't know why I don't have it here. Thought I wrote it down somewhere. Is a significant increase this year. What is it, 800? Yeah, so I mean, if those positions are not being filled, and yeah, anyway, I don't have to go on. You get my point, I think.
Yeah, I can speak directly to that. So for budget 2025, when we looked historically at the RCMP's ability to get folks in town, it was a really hard time through COVID and it continued to be hard. So instead of taxing for RCMP members that we couldn't get, I made the recommendation that instead of not funding 2, we would not fund 3 for 2024. Since then, we've got the full numbers in and looking at where the billing's coming in, I can't make that recommendation to leave that additional position unfunded. So the recommendation is to bring that back to 29.4 folks fully funded. The total number of RCMP members that are authorized by council has not changed. It's still 31.4. It's just how much are we taxing for if we know that there's always a bit of vacancy.
Sorry, follow up, Mayor. Thanks. The other piece that that's in the documents is around the surplus in the RCMP, where I think it was mentioned we're not going to add to it because we're at 10 million or something now. Correct?
Recently, there was the policing reserve, where the direction from council was to leave the reserve at the equivalent of 10 officers, like the value of that.
Okay.
And from the prior year surpluses running an RCMP, late in 2024, I asked council to make a transfer into that reserve to bring us pretty much right at our optimum balance of 10 members. So
10 members, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess I'm just wondering if because we're at that max, does that give us a buffer until we see that this is a trend? Because like I say, for all those years, we weren't filling those. Anyway, just a question.
I would recommend that since we're still not funding 2 positions, we don't dip into that reserve, because there is the ability for the RCMP to find everybody, and we'd have more members showing up than we actually have budgeted for in 25, and we would need to rely on our RCMP reserve to supplement the actual bills that come in through the year.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the money's there though, I guess. It's
Correct.
not like we'd have to go rob a bank or anything for it. Okay, thanks.
And something you probably want to do because we have all the RCMP officers. So yeah, fair enough. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Yeah, lots to bite on. I guess in regards to surplus in the staff report, and you had it on one of your slides, the impact on total surplus. That's, I think, where a lot of my thinking is going. And I believe I was one of the folks who were requesting a little bit more detail. So I really appreciate some of the unpacking here and the projections of the impacts on the cumulative surplus, depending on what discretionary tax change we end up going with. And I guess my concern lies particularly around the advice we've received from our staff around the amount of surplus we should have on hand. And I think the city manager has spoken to some of the contextual pieces with our neighbors down south. And so I am a little concerned around, I guess, the impact on the total surplus. Well, we get down closer to that 8% option. And in the absence of having a conversation around services, and I think Councillor Frisch spoke about, what is the impact if we don't change services on the future year taxation. Yeah, I guess, is there any way for us to consider, in the absence of doing a service review, we're talking about a reduction in services, for us to reduce the discretionary tax change without going below, I think at 8%, I'm looking here, it's about 1.4 million below what we should have for that 10.4 weeks, if we need to dip into that for unforeseen circumstances. So you can speak to that if there's anything other than surplus that we can look at.
You have your 2 pieces. You have your operating expenses, you have your taxation and your surplus. If you want to reduce your tax income and your tax revenue, it has to come from somewhere. You can either supplement from surplus and draw your surpluses down, or you have to change your service levels in your current year spending to achieve the balance.
Great. I have another question there. Under gaming, Again, within the context of what's happening in the world, just for clarification, what do we have as the forecasted revenue from gaming for 25?
1.25 million.
And that's based off of prior to COVID years?
Yes.
Okay.
And, looking at 2024, we're fairly well back to normal. It's about in the right ballpark. We haven't got our final quarter payment yet, but we're very close.
Yeah, that would be the only other comment is, again, not knowing what the future will hold in the next few weeks and how that will impact individuals' bottom line at home and the disposable income that they might have to be able to spend on things like gaming. That would be another concern that I have is that we're projecting a number where we don't actually know what the reality will be for people who go to our casino. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur. And yeah, the gaming funds is, it is a little bit of an unknown, as we found out through COVID can certainly be impacted. And when we have big ticket items like 2 RCMP officers being funded through that, regardless of the other things, that can be certainly impactful. So Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor. So I guess we're kind of at clarifying questions at this point. So without getting too deep into my thoughts, but I will share a little bit, I guess, up front is that, over the last 3-4 years, we had increases 2-3%. I know in 2022, I believe we're at 4.6 maybe. And from there we went up, I think it was in the 9.7. Then last year we were at around 7.5. And so I guess just off the cuff to see 9.8 or 10% does seem a little bit high for me. And so I'll just share with staff and council that I do have some ideas on things that I'm willing to cut back on spending to bring that down. And I guess as a clarifying question, I just want to confirm that for like a 1% decrease, we would need $336,000 about.
Yeah,
330, yeah. And so that's kind of what we would be aiming for to save on this budget if we wanted to bring it down by 1%. Okay. I'll let others speak, and then if anyone wants to hear my ideas, I'll speak more. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And maybe the other number that might be useful to have, that 336,000 in terms of that's 1%, and then maybe 1% what that equals in terms of the dollar amount increase on taxation. Because looking at the numbers that we had there, it was 331 for the 9.6. So is 1% equal to about $30-ish for tax increase as well?
Yeah. Average home 1% tax change is about $18.
$18. Okay. Thanks for that. Sorry, Councillor Frisch, just a quick follow-up there. Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks, Adam, for all these clarifying questions. And like Councillor Frisch, also have some thoughts on reductions to get to later. But I just wanted to get some clarification on the revenue slide. It was the first of the 3. And it shows quite in other revenue, which is kind of the bottom line, it shows quite a substantial increase in 26 and 27. I'm just trying to understand our longer term picture, going from 4 something to next year 9 something, then 8 something, then back down to 3. I'm just wondering what that bump over 26 and 27 in other revenue, where that comes from.
Yeah, let's. Who's driving?
We got 2 drivers now.
There we go. So that's the
That one,
revenue detail. If we look at the second to bottom line, total other revenue, and we're looking at 26 and 27. This is a wonderful question. And actually, I was asked it just before I came here by the manager of finance. She was like, what's that bump there? So I looked at it. What it is specifically is contributions from developers to for the South Courtenay sewer project. There is a possibility that it may be developer funded versus 100% city funded. And so that is where their contributions would come into that project. So it is specifically for the sewer fund. And that's what's driving those in those 2 years.
Okay, thank you. That's interesting because it's obviously quite a substantial operation. Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Thanks, Councillor Cole-Hamilton and Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just I recall last year suggesting that when we're dealing with our reserve contributions, that we stop breaking out that 1% that we had, or the 1.5% that was kind of going to an infrastructure reserve. Now that we are initiating the SIP and we are also funding it from gaming, and I see that we've condensed that into just one line, which is great. But I was just looking at that amount versus last year and what we forecast we're going to contribute to it in 2025 versus what is showing is the difference between the gaming amount and no gaming amount. If it's sometimes hard to describe things when you're not looking at the numbers, but I'm wondering if we did not include the gaming contribution when we condensed that slide. And I know we didn't actually have the contributions on this slide, so it was actually in the staff report. But it seems like it's lower by about 300,000 than what we had projected last year. And I'm just wondering if we did in fact reduce it for whatever reason, or if it's just missing the gaming contribution. It's on page 35 of the staff report.
I was going to say, I recognize that I had the balances of the reserves, but not the annual contributions. So I have a snip here on page 35 of the staff report. It shows what we're putting into reserves. You are correct. The gaming contribution of $320,000 is no longer going into reserve because it is being required to be spent on a specific project. So when you look at our reserve contribution last year, this year, you will see that difference.
So, and I see actually we did, so I saw infrastructure works on the table, and I assumed it was the same thing, but I guess we've changed it to capital contributions rather than that infrastructure reserve so that it's clear that it's not, okay.
That's correct.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. Thanks for that.
So thanks for the clarifying questions. I don't see any other questions. Oh, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a minor clarification on the gaming fund. We still basically are spending last year's money. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. So basically, they could get zero this year, and we would still have the money on hand to pay those RCMP positions and the support to our cultural organizations and such.
That is correct. That was a decision from council through COVID to hold 1 year's of gaming funds in reserve and then like always have 1 year in the bank and then spend. If you notice on the bottom of this slide, there is a projected gaming fund balance, and we're hovering about $3.2 million.
Yeah, we're actually, we've got a larger amount there than if we had just kept 1 year as we've been doing, because traditionally we haven't spent the full amount. So there's a little bit of leeway there. And I'm optimistic that gaming revenues are going to continue. I think given what's going on in the world, people are going to be gambling more and not less.
Thank you for your optimism, Councillor Helene. It's much appreciated. Yeah, and I think we might be done questions on this if we want to move on to the next section.
Perfect. Now we're going to get into each department's what we're actually spending and what makes up that total $75 million spend for the year. So I always find this time fun. I put so much effort into the overall budget and all that, and I have to remember I have a department to talk about too, the finance department. We're looking at all these wonderful normal things: financial reporting, planning, payroll, business performance, procurement, risk management, and stores. So for 2025, there is a request for an additional person. It is an additional procurement person. We're seeing an increase in the demands on the procurement world. With the prices going up, the number of projects the city is running, and everything we're doing, procurement has the opportunity to become a bottleneck and really slow everything up. Our goal is to get about per FTE in procurement is $30 million. Currently, we're sitting at $90 million to about 1.5 people. You know, we can function but you continually run the risk of procurements that are not done as well as they could, follow up on contracts not being as strong, and just holding up the entire rest of the city's operation to make sure we're buying things appropriately. This is one of those growth areas where it's not a change in service level. It's simply responding to growth in an area. So you'll see when we look at the expenses, in the purchasing area, that service level or growth is the equivalent of the additional FTE in that area. Overall, the finance department hasn't changed by a whole bunch. We're seeing a bit of a reduction in our consulting fees with the starting to wrap up of the budget software project, which is wonderful to see. We still have a bit more to do, but we can really reduce our once high budget to a more low amount. One of the other areas that I get responsibility for talking about is the miscellaneous and fiscal. This is where the small other things fall in. The tourism development revenue, that's our MRDT, in and out. And then we have the City Hall common operating costs. Since no other department wants to hold it, I get to hold it. And that's just the regular operation maintenance of City Hall. And with that, questions on the finance department's budget?
All right, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm curious about whether the finance department, along with our other departments, have any capacity to, should we go down the route of looking seriously at what we might do differently next year, to look into how to generate additional revenue.
I don't really have an answer for that right now. Given council direction, I can put staff resources on that.
Yeah, and I'll maybe pass over to Mr. Garbett, and that's certainly some direction that we can provide throughout this process.
Thank you, through the mayor to council. Thank you for the question, Councillor Hillian. Council has given specific direction. So revenue source is to review our permissive tax exemption. So Mr. Langemeyer's finance staff will be there. I'm roughly estimating about $475,000 of permissive tax exemption is issued in the community. That is one specific project that our finance department is involved in, as well as the finance department assists all departments in the preparation of their fees and charges bylaws, leasing rates, now that real estate is within the finance department. So they are the drivers and the steerers of our ship. And so I think they will be essential if and when council gives us that direction to search and further refine our financial plan.
Well, thanks for that. And Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just got one question about one of the line items in this stage of the report. Tourism development, we've reduced it by 60,000 to 350,000. And I'm actually not 100% sure what we're using those funds for. I thought we were paying for tourism through the shared function, but maybe there's a piece of it that we're still funding directly from the city. So if I could just get clarification on what that is or refresh my memory.
That is the expense side of the city's MRDT funds that flows through to 4VI and the destination marketing, the tourism function that is also contributed to through the VRD. The city does not tax on our tax bill for any tourism related spending. That is a CVRD requisition that the city does take part in.
So it's really a non-item in terms of the overall spend because we collect it through a different fee for service type of thing.
We receive the MRDT revenue from the hoteliers from the province and then pass it through. So on our budget, we have to show other revenue and then the expense to pay it out. And why you're seeing that reduction is with the change to the Airbnb rules, we saw a reduction in that revenue coming in, so reduce the amount going out.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that reminder.
Excellent. Thanks for that. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Similarly, just a line item, the one right below 100,000 for shelter services. Can you speak to that?
100,000 shelter services. I believe that's
It was a 2025 one-time item, I believe. Is that where it is? I don't know if you want to go back to that slide, but it's the 100,000 all by itself, right dead center.
what's that, Mary Ann's? I can't remember right now. It's either in Susie's world or Mary Ann's world, and it's response to shelter services.
Ms. Saunders.
Thank you. Through the Mayor and Councillor Jolicoeur, as we've been receiving funding from the regional district for some of the shelter work, we've been working to try and find the best place to locate it. And so Adam and I are looking at each other to make sure this is correct, but it's likely just where we've located the expense for now, but there are matching revenues from the CVRD and likely that'll show up differently as a special project in the future to make sure it's called out differently, and we'll have the ins and outs for expenses and revenues.
So just the flow through.
That's correct. Again, we have matching revenue for this one. We have to include it in our budget if we're going to spend it, which we are actively spending it, so we need it in our budget.
Excellent. All right. And I think I've had this answered, but I have had a few more questions over the last few months, but over the last year and a half, just because on the other one you talked about the city hall under miscellaneous expenses there, about just the refinishing of the out exterior, especially the south side. I know it's getting way into the weeds, but Mr. Garvin.
Thank you, through the mayor. Anticipating that question, I spoke to Mr. Shaw. That is a facilities maintenance item that's going to be undertaken in 2025. I will explain that the method that was utilized by previous maintenance was to simply stain it, and it absorbs a lot of solar energy. And so we will look at another finishing treatment to try and extend the life of that. It's very important as we embrace wood as a sustainable resource and trim, and is also a lot of our development permit guidelines and everything encourage the use of wood. You must maintain it properly or you have catastrophic failure. So I was illuminated by Mr. Shaw and his explanation of different treatments for the wood. And we also hopefully be looking, and it may or may not be hand in hand with our corporate climate action dialogue, to look at some way to do some passive cooling of the building, potentially through louvers or any other items on that, because its orientation to the south makes it extremely warm, and it makes it very challenging for our HVAC system in that former repair and car sales building to keep up.
Yes. All right. Thanks for that, Trevor, going into the weeds there. But I also don't see any further questions or comments at this point, so I think we can move on to the next section. And we'll introduce our Fire Chief, Kurt McDonald.
Through mayor and council, the 2025 proposed fire protection portion of the budget. So the fire department ensures community safety through emergency and non-emergency responses, fire inspections, fire investigations, public education, and management of the emergency program. This is achieved through a composite fire service model consisting of 8 full-time staff, 55 paid on-call volunteer firefighters, and 11 recruit firefighters. Council's 2025 strategic priorities for the fire department include advancing the long-term full-time staffing plan, enhancing capacity for emergency planning and local response, and continuing progress on construction of a satellite fire station in East Courtenay. The 2025 operating budget includes increases of $25,200 for inflation, $181,000 for service level impacts, $67,000 for growth, $69,000 for one-time items, and a $5,000 carry forward item for a misting station. The proposed gross operating budget is $3,412,400. However, after accounting anticipated departmental revenues of $757,400 and the removal of the $202,000 Comox Valley Emergency Program line item, the net fire protection operating budget totals $2,655,000. Key cost drivers will be discussed in the next slides. Firefighting equipment. This cost driver reflects a necessary increase of $43,400 to account for inflation, critical equipment replacement and growth, and $40,000 in one-time purchases. Our turnout gear replacement. So turnout gear is the protective equipment worn by firefighters during emergencies, and it must be regularly replaced to comply with safety standards and ensure the gear remains effective. This year, we are increasing our annual gear replacement quantity from 14 sets to 16 sets. This adjustment accommodates our growing workforce, maintains an inventory of spare gear, and ensures all personnel have access to reliable, compliant equipment. We're also replacing our thermal imaging cameras. So our thermal imaging cameras are essential tools for locating individuals in smoke-filled environments and detecting fire hotspots during overhaul. As the existing units reach their end of service life, we're replacing the outdated models with reliable technology. Consumable items, we go through quite a few of those throughout the year, such as fire hose, firefighting foam, a number of things. They all experience wear and tear based on the type of conditions they're exposed to, as well as being used up through the course of firefighting. So there's that cost. And we're also doing a one-time purchase of some portable radios. So our portable radios that we use to communicate on the fire ground have reached their end of life and have deteriorated from frequent use in harsh conditions. And we've also had a problem sourcing out replacement parts for the equipment that we have. So it's making repairing them increasingly costly and difficult to do. For fire training, recent changes to the first responder medical licensing requirements necessitate a one-time expenditure of $16,000 to provide essential training courses to our members. These courses will ensure compliance with the updated standards and cover critical skills such as blood pressure management, blood oxygen and glucose level monitoring, wound packing, pelvic binding, nasal airway management, and the administration of medications such as epinephrine, aspirin, and glucagon. Up until 2025, the fire service at the level of first aid that we provide did not have to administer these protocols or interventions, if you will. It wasn't part of our licensing, now it is. So we're having to train up our volunteers and do that outside of a regular training schedule, which is why we have this one-time cost. To prepare for the East Side Courtenay Fire Station opening in 27, we plan to increase membership by 5 firefighters, and they'll be volunteer firefighters. This step will ensure adequate staffing levels to meet the operational demands of the new fire hall. The associated costs totaling $101,000 reflect compensation for training, participation in emergency responses, and standby duties. This investment not only supports the fire department's readiness, but also aligns with a long-term volunteer member staffing plan to provide fire protection and emergency response capabilities for the growing needs of East Courtenay. Casual work program. The casual work The casual work program depends on the day. It could be a problem, but yes, it's staffed by volunteer firefighters Monday to Friday from 8 in the morning until 4:30 in the afternoon. It enhances our department's operational efficiency by enabling faster response times to emergency incidents. It also develops the firefighter skills and strengthens the department's overall capabilities through active participation in daytime operations. Additionally, the program provides holiday coverage for full-time staff. It also allows them to focus on fire inspections and fire safety and preparedness initiatives. Adding a second casual position will result in a total operating budget impact of $80,000. The fire department has 3 capital projects planned for 2025, which are as follows. The first project involves replacing the pickup truck used by the Deputy Fire Chief and Training Officer. This vehicle is essential for transporting materials and equipment to and from fire scenes in the training grounds, responding to incidents, and carrying out administrative duties. The second project focuses on replacing the fire department's gas-powered auto extrication tools. which have reached end of life service. We will be replacing them with electric tools rather than going back with the gas/hydraulic ones. And the third project is to the purchase and installation of misting stations. This is a placeholder at this time because the Comox Valley Emergency Management Team has applied for a grant to fund this initiative, and we anticipate securing these funds before the summer months. Should the application be unsuccessful, we will proceed with purchasing the misting stations as we've had this identified as a need in the community through recent heat events. And that's all that I have. I'm open to questions.
Excellent. Thanks very much for that. We'll start with Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Quick question. You mentioned a pickup truck, and I might have missed it. You said that needs to be replaced because it's worn out or it's getting old or
All of the above.
you wouldn't want to break down on the way to a fire, I imagine.
It's yes, you don't want to do that, but operationally, that truck is used quite a bit to haul things from our current location across the street to the training ground, to haul props, lumber for building props, foam, a whole bunch of things. It is the only true pickup truck that we have right now. So replacing it does meet a need that we have. Generally, we keep our vehicles for 8 years, and this will be hitting the 8th year of service in the department.
Okay, well, that's fair. And I don't see any major purchases for larger items until 26 and 27. So you're smiling big there. There's $945,000 and 1.2 million. I imagine that's those are, well, it says right there, light vehicles and pumper trucks. What's driving those purchases?
There will be a staff report coming this year to discuss this situation. I believe I've mentioned in past presentations that as we approach, or I believe we have approached the 30,000 resident threshold, it changes our vehicle replacement schedule for fire department apparatus from 20 years to 15 years. One of our engines is coming up on its 20-year replacement. It should be retired, if you will, in 2028. The project has to start in 2027 because it'll take at least a year, probably 2 now, to build that truck. That would be the 1.2 that you might see in that column. I can't remember on that form for that. So what will end up happening is the other truck that was originally scheduled to be replaced in 2035, we had a 7-year buffer in between the purchases of our engines, so you didn't have them aging out at the same time. You would have a reliable, if you will, piece of apparatus responding, and the replacement was easier to budget for. Once we hit 30,000, that now goes down to 2032, or sorry, no, 2030. So we've going to have to talk about that as an organization and take a look at our vehicle replacement schedule, but this is being driven by the fire underwriters.
Right, and are you hopeful that that could change? And do you think a machine like that could last longer than 15 years if it looks like they're going to push us to a 15-year? Or
it doesn't matter what I think. As soon as we hit that, basically fire underwriters takes the year of your apparatus and calculates other things such as your water distribution system, the type of staffing that you have in your fire department, and they use that to determine what insurance rates residential and commercial pay for fire insurance. So if you don't meet those standards, you drop a grade and then your taxpayers pay more for fire insurance.
so for clarity, that's a private business, like an insurance business, or is that a government sort of mandated
It's
organization?
how to put this? It's a private, but go ahead,
Mr. Garbutt.
Yeah.
Garbutt.
Thank you. This is one of the, quite frankly, very challenging aspects of the fire underwriter survey system. Council may recall we sent a resolution to AVICC, which was endorsed and sent to UBCM, that this third-party insurance that's been enabled and empowered through the industry and regulators, both federally and provincially, to set these standards, it costs cities millions of dollars across Canada. I'm not that familiar with what the implications are in the United States. And rather than adopt service hour standards or maintenance standards for the life of these things, it's simply date. And council pointed that out when we took that to UBCM. It has not carried any traction, but quite frankly, when thinking about cost drivers for the delivery of our service, we lovingly and efficiently maintain our pieces of apparatus. And it has no implication on the value of that, the insurance value. And that is a direct cost to residents of the city of Courtenay on an ongoing basis. And so it's something that we're hopeful that perhaps the province would pay attention to when we raise these issues, because every municipality is facing this.
Okay.
Very serious matter.
Well, thank you very much for the clarification, and I'll let it go because it sounds like we've got it under as much control as we can at this point. Thank you.
Working through it. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and our council has specifically advocated for this at UBCM meetings with ministers, so yeah. Yeah. All right, I don't see any further questions or comments, so I think you can get on to other things.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
And next up, we have the city managers.
Thank you. Thanks for bearing council. I have a relatively small budget with a small number of people. The FTEs in our area are 3. We have some budget drivers. We did change the city's logo, and we do have some costs to accommodate that. We have legal through my department. We struck a very important and effective agreement with the Comox Valley Chamber of Commerce in partnership with the town of Comox, and it's my understanding they are exploring other local governments in the valley to deliver the business retention and expansion program. And the executive director of the chamber will be at our next meeting in February to provide an overview and update on that program. And we have in my office myself, our executive assistant and strategic advisor that will be filling this year. With respect to strategic priorities, we have the reconciliation action plan that we have budget that is being carried forward. For our discussions in the strategic plan, we're going to be tackling that project in 2026. If we are able to tackle that earlier, we certainly will try. But as discussed with council during the strategic plan discussions, engagement with our principal First Nation is very important. And at this point, they have a lot of important items that are in front of them. As I said, if that situation changes and we have the opportunity, I would very much, I know that council is very interested, as are your staff, to proceed on that earlier. I'm available for any questions.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And Councillor Frisch.
Just a quick recap for me under strategic land acquisitions. Is that mainly what we've been doing over the last few months? I know we have a few buildings that we've already purchased. Would that be the sum of that? I guess without being able to go into too deeply on some issues, I suppose future ones.
Yes, that involves property acquisition. And then another strategic priority that's run out of the city manager's office is our strategic land acquisition program. And that work is beginning. I distributed to council a little bit of information on our inventory, which is being updated, as well as work that we're going to do to look at what we need, what we have now, and what we need going forward to deliver services in the city.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, City Manager. I just wanted to ask a quick question about the executive the strategic advisor, which then filled. Is the figure that I see in the carry forward, is that a full year's salary for that that position? Given that it's obviously unfilled still and we're at the end of January.
It is, and
Okay.
we had a former. We've adjusted the level of that position to bring it more into an action-oriented working level position. The previous position was at actually, I would say, almost above our directors in terms of remuneration, but it's a worker person to assist to deliver and support council's initiatives, EBCM, AVICC, engage with municipalities locally as well as the provincial and federal governments. And we have used those funds to support work and professional fees and studies, but in specific discussions with council, we need that probably person support to move forward in an advocacy role. They have a somewhat similar position with the CVRD, and it's been, I think, extremely effective. And so revisioning the role of that position inside our organization will help the directors and council move forward on those really important items and assist me with that.
Okay, thank you. Just, I guess my question, thank you, was in terms of looking at it's a new position. It's already been budgeted, but it's a new position in the sense that it's not currently filled. Is throughout the budget, are we looking at with new positions at budgeting a full year, given that obviously like we're into the year at this point? I guess that's what I was trying to ask about. This is a full year's worth of salary for and benefits for that position, I take it.
Thank you. Sorry for going off on the wrong tangent.
Okay.
We have been using that budgeted money at that amount for the past 3 years to fund things. So we are proposing it at 100% because we've been utilizing it professional fees. But if council wanted for us to take a similar approach to new position and budget it at 50%, we can do that.
If you think that's a realistic estimate of likely expenditures, then certainly that makes sense to me. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cole-Hamilton. And I don't see any further questions on this one, so we can move on to the next item. Development services. So Ms. Wade,
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks very much for having me today. It's been an exciting time in the development services world over the last year. We are a team of 18, usually. We are down a few bodies. We are responsible for building services and business licensing, current planning, long-range planning, and subdivision. Currently, we are seeking 2 positions, one for a planning tech, one for a planning 2. I'd like to let council know that there is a lot of municipalities looking for planners right now. So the chances of us filling those positions relatively shortly are probably slim, given the amount of work that the planning departments have to do with Bill 44. So as we move forward with our capacity and resources in our department, we will look to using some of our funds for doing specific contracts with people that will help us move through our capacity, particularly right now, focusing on subdivision and capacity modeling and other issues we need to support the growth management issues we have before us and what we have to deal with to meet our provincial obligations. So our strategic priorities, we have 2 really major ones that are forward for us. We have a deadline of December 31st to update both our OCP and our zoning bylaw to meet our growth projections. The growth projections that we have to meet are for 20 years. So we have to look at our 43% increase, which is 42,415 by 2041. And that is 10 years earlier in population growth than was projected in the OCP adopted in 2022. This is generating a huge amount of work in regards to understanding how we support that growth. And we also need to meet the housing targets, which means that we have to actually ensure that we can address 22,472 housing units by 2026 and 8,350 by 2041. So we have a fair amount of work cut out for us because of outdated master plans that need to be done to help to support this work, and capacity modeling and infrastructure to support us as well. The other thing is that we have the DCC bylaw update that is coming forward, subdivision and servicing bylaws. We're also looking at improvements to the building bylaw and also the business licensing. And we also have short-term rental to address as well that will be affecting other departments for enforcement. And also we have to update the business licensing bylaw in regards to that. And then we have a very exciting downtown revitalization plan local area plan, which is also going to help us to inform our OCP and zoning bylaw as well. Regarding our operating budget, basically, there's been one ask, which is the $20,000 one-time ask. That is to accommodate the on-street parking study in relation to SHMU. So that is a one-time ask that has been put in there. Generally speaking, the other expenses are mostly steady and reflect inflationary costs. In 2024, I just wanted to highlight that we started moving projects out of purchase services and started creating special projects. We did this because these are significant pieces of work. Often we get grants associated with this work. And also we have to consider them in legislative cycles, so every 5 years. So they are now starting to flow out. So in 2025, we've actually created some new special projects. The urban forest in particular, we have pulled out of the community and sustainability budget and created its own line item. We've also made some adjustments regarding the zoning updates. We have some one-time asks that are in relation to the fact that in 2024, we had much more anticipated work that wasn't really accounted for at that time. And in order to keep the projects like the zoning bylaw, the OCP, DCCs, those sorts of things, we had to use some funds that were not anticipated. And so those one-time items in the special projects are reflecting some of those adjustments that we've had to make. I also wanted to note that when you look at this, we have received grants that will also, that are not shown here, but they're shown elsewhere in the financial plan. So for example, we have a 286,000 grant from UBCM to help us with local capacity building that we've received and started using. And this helps to offset some of the costs that you're seeing in the budget lines for these special projects. We have added in what they call the DAPR, which is the Development Approvals Procedure Process Review, where we received 150,000. So you won't see that, even though it's in there at 150, we actually have a grant that offsets that as well. And I wanted to then move on to just general budget cost drivers. And overall, we've seen a reduction in our application fees, which our Director of Finance alluded to earlier. These reductions are due for a number of things. One is that there was a rezoning amendment done that was secondary suites, which actually reduced the number of rezoning applications that we had seen previously. There's also there was anticipation of the SHMU, which we're now seeing people were on hold and they are now moving forward with other applications. So we're seeing things that might be like a development permit or just straightforward building permits. So depending on the situation. I also wanted to highlight that one thing we do know is economically that the increased costs in residential construction has grown dramatically since 2018. I was just actually on a webinar today with Colliers, and they were saying that really they've seen a 60% increase in residential construction costs from 2018 till today. So that's definitely having an impact on some of the applications we're seeing. But on the good news, I would like you to know that we did 625 constructed residential units this year. It's the highest the city has seen in 5 years. So that is amazing, and that there's been a real change in the market type. So we're seeing a real decrease in the number of single residential dwellings over the last 5 years and a large increase in multifamily. So really meeting the OCP priorities and targets. So we're really seeing that shift. So that's a good news story. We're anticipating as we move through with the applications that we're probably going to see much more building permits and subdivision applications, and we'll see a shift particularly in the subdivision area as we move forward with our land applications. And one of the big drivers moving forward will be because we have to pre-zone lands to meet our population growth and housing needs. There will no longer be that need for those rezoning applications as well. So we're seeing quite a shift in the planning as we have known it, and going into what I would call a new era when it comes to how we actually do revenue with the land use applications. The other thing is, I just wanted to close that one of the special projects that we did have this year was the Connect expansion, which was not in our budget previously, and it's in here now. And it's also got some money moving out in the future for what we have to do with the remediation of the site once the site on Braidwood is open. So with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Excellent. Thanks very much. And as I've been giving some presentations on my fireside chats lately, that 625 number really contrasts even with the 4 years before that, and significantly more than the years prior to that. So just kudos to staff and to our development community. With that, Councillor Healing.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Marianne. Slightly off topic, but are we still expecting a briefing note on short-term rentals and how we're going to manage that?
Yes, you will be getting one.
Thanks.
Thanks to Councillor Hillian. I don't see any other questions or comments at this point. So maybe what we'll do is move on to the next section, and then maybe after that we'll take a dinner break. So if that seems appropriate to council, Mr. Garbutt.
I think we might have a little bit of a program change, if that's okay, because we have Inspector Mercer is here. Council had some questions about the RCMP. So, okay, Susie, your section is pretty big, and although it's a very large budget, it's our first presentation on this directly by the RCMP. So if that's okay with council.
I don't see anybody waving their hands in opposition, so I think we're here for the whole evening. So I think if that makes it a little bit more palatable for Inspector Mercer, let's go with that. And then there may be a clicker up there, and then you've got Ed here as well if you need. Right for forward, left for backwards.
Well, thank you and good evening. I'm at council's disposal for time, so I appreciate you making the effort to get me in sooner. I won't argue. Good evening, and your worship and council, thank you for the invite to present.
You may need to speak up a little bit more, I think, or bring the microphone a little bit closer. It's just really quiet this evening, and other than rebooting everything, we may just have to use our outside voices, unfortunately.
That was deliberate on my end, but so I'll be presenting tonight just an overview of our detachment in terms of where our status is currently, where we foresee ourselves in this coming year, and our projected budget and budget drivers. The Comox Valley Detachment is an integrated detachment consisting of several provincial and municipal policing units working from the same building. This regional detachment structure allows for the sharing of operational, administrative, and specialized policing services and to be delivered regionally. Our detachment complement consists of 64 full-time equivalents, which is subdivided into 43 full-time members that are paid for by municipal business lines, 21 that are financed by provincial business lines. We currently have 2 seconded temporary members. One that is being funded by provincial and one funded by municipal. Out of the 43 municipal business lines, the City of Courtenay is responsible for 31.4 of these FTEs, and the Town of Comox is responsible for the remaining 11.6 FTEs. For the coming financial planning year, there is no agreed plan to increase our detachment complement at this time with any of our municipal partners. To put a bit of a comparable in, the Campbell River Detachment consists of 65 FTEs. Oceanside Detachment consists of 38 FTEs. North Cowichan Detachment consists of 63 FTEs. And West Shore Detachment consists of approximately 119 regular members. There are 3 policing service agreements that allow the RCMP to provide policing in British Columbia. First is the Provincial Police Service Agreement, the PPSA. Another is the Municipal Service Agreement, which is the MPSA. And the third is the Municipal Police Unit Agreement, the MPUA. In 2012, these police service agreements were assigned committee contract policing to the province of British Columbia until 2032. How it works, the MPSA is an agreement between Public Safety Canada and the provincial government. The agreement permits the province to subcontract the RCMP to municipalities through the use of MPUAs. The MPUA is a bilateral agreement between the province and individual municipalities. The agreement outlines a number of operating duties and requirements to be undertaken by the detachment commander and the municipality or the mayor who is contracting the policing services. In a nutshell, the NPSA is a contract between the federal government and the province, while the MPUA is a contract between the province and you, the municipality. As of September 2022, there are 80 municipalities in British Columbia responsible for providing policing services within their municipal boundaries. 12 of these municipalities are policed by a municipal police department like Delta, Surrey, and New Westminster. 68 are policed by the RCMP. The rest of the province is policed by the RCMP through the Provincial Police Service Agreement. Under the BC Police Act, Section 15, municipalities must bear the expenses necessary to maintain law and order in a municipality. Municipalities with a population over 5,000 persons must provide policing either through their own municipal police force at 100% cost, an agreement with the province for RCMP policing services at a cost share, or an agreement with another municipal department. These agreements are governed by a National Contract Management Committee and in BC, a Local Government Contract Management Committee to manage and administer policing agreements. Collectively, these committees ensure information sharing processes to support communication and consultations on changes that may impact RCMP police cost, quality governance, or services. The UBCM maintains a webpage that is dedicated to communicating RCMP contract policing issues that are relevant to local governments. Also under the BC Police Act, the municipality is responsible for providing accommodations, support staff, equipment and supplies, and police lockups. The Comox Valley Detachment is owned by the federal government. For the 2024 to 2025 financial year, the city of Courtenay is required to pay approximately $206,000 for contracted use of this space, which includes maintenance, occupancy, and operating costs. This detachment houses 20.5 support staff. Of these, 10 are public servants, in which Courtenay is responsible for 3 that have yet to be naturalized. There are technically 10.5 municipal employees. However, some of these are part-time positions shared, which actually works out to be approximately 8.5 total. Courtenay pays for 8 of these municipal positions, while the town of Comox pays for 0.5. The city of Courtenay is a municipality over 15,000 persons, which requires them to pay at 90% with a 10% federal contribution. The projected financial impact of just one FTE, one regular member for 2025 is approximately $258,000. This is an all-in cost that includes total salary and allowance costs and overtime, which is considered a direct cost, total operating costs / capital costs, which is also considered a direct cost, and total indirect costs. Capital costs can include computer and police motor vehicles, if required, which requires an additional $50,000 on top of the FTE cost. Ongoing operating and maintenance costs can include travel, training, fuel costs, and firearm, etc. Indirect costs can include body-worn camera, pensions, CPP, EI, division, admin, and recruitment and training. The direct costs associated to an FTE is governed by a collective bargaining agreement between the National Police Federation and the RCMP. Municipalities do not have any influence or negotiating power with respect to RCMP wages or salary. There is a signing bonus of $2,500 that's added on to the expected collective bargaining agreed salary. A new CBA was signed on June 2024, increasing individual pay by 4% effective April 2023 and 2024. This contract expires March 31st of 2025. The NPF will engage in negotiations with the federal government and the Treasury Board during this time period, but I wouldn't see an actual contract probably be settled, probably within about a 1 or 2 year time frame. That's usually the standard. Often these go to arbitration and they're determined by other contracts that have been settled with municipal police agencies within the police universe. From what we're seeing from other agencies, and that is usually about a 3.3% increase on average for other police forces when contracts do get resettled. But that's also dependent upon how the negotiation processes go. The indirect costs associated to a full-time equivalent police equipment are procured at a federal level, protected by legislation such as the Canada Labour Code, and are non-negotiable. These indirect costs can have a significant impact on a municipal budget if not properly planned for. Some upcoming or common budget drivers are less than lethal extended range impact weapons, or 40 millimeter, pistol modernization, conducted energy weapon or CEW modernization, where we're moving from the Taser X26 to the Taser 7 platform, as well as the body-worn cameras or BWC and hard body armor. The 40 millimeter is an estimated cost of approximately $3,500 per unit, and we are anticipated to have at least 4 in full use at the detachment by April 2025. Some of these have already become into our use right now, in which our members are receiving training. The RCMP is overdue on its pistol modernization. This past year, we have advanced in the procurement stage and began testing various models at the national level. However, as of November 2024, none of the pistols passed our specs and qualifications, which has caused a significant delay in the rollout. It is unknown at this time the cost of this firearm platform, but there will be at least 64 FTEs requiring a new pistol and training to go with it. The Taser 7 costs approximately $90 per month per FTE. We are anticipating 14 here at the detachment, in which we've already started our training right now, and we've got, I believe, approximately 8 at the detachment for use. The body-worn camera is expected to roll out late spring and early summer. Each BWC will be assigned to an individual member, no sharing of devices. The annual cost of this equipment is approximately $3,000 per member. Our hard body armor is now expired, posing a huge civil risk to our municipality and safety risk to our staff. The estimated cost of each is approximately $1,200, in which we are looking to secure 38 over the next 6 to 12 months. Almost all of these expired 2 years ago, in which the HBA have a 10-year lifespan. Some of the reasons why the cost of RCMP continues to rise: the cost of living and competitive salaries, the modernization of policing service, and the rising costs of policing operation. An example would be our digital forensics. The RCMP can no longer function being one of the lowest paid policing services. For over a decade, the RCMP was annually one of the lowest paid organizations in the policing universe. Municipal police forces were paying sometimes $50,000 more a year than our own agency. We were seeing massive drops in recruiting, employees transitioning to other police agencies at increasing rates, and large vacancy patterns in contract and federal policing. With the union, the RCMP is now required to negotiate salaries with a binding arbitration process. Policing operations have also become more complex, and there is a greater emphasis on accountability. Whether it is new technology to investigate crimes or make us more transparent to the public, we have moved beyond the days of a notebook, a pen, and a stationary computer. The use of cell phones, tablets, and digital devices in the everyday has impacted policing at every level. Our digital forensics section can no longer sustain the intake of devices needed to be analyzed for criminal investigations. This has required the RCMP to seek third-party vendors that can produce results cheaper and faster than our own dedicated division units. The cost of these devices with respect to serious investigations like child pornography, homicides, and organized as well as drug trafficking has seen a rise in annual spending. Currently, this slide is the projected estimates for the 25-26 year, in which the city of Courtenay is responsible for 31.4 FTEs. This is the projected personal salaries of members, as well as any allowances and overtime that's expected. To my earlier point on the cost of the individual regular member, this slide shows the estimated costs for this city and that they'll be responsible for the next coming financial year. The next slide shows the addition of the indirect costs on top of that. As we can see at the bottom corner here, it's estimated to be $8.7 million that the city of Courtenay will have to pay for their cost share for the members that they're responsible for. The city of Courtenay pays approximately 49% of the total policing bill estimated for the Comox Valley, which is nearly $18 million. Adam, if you might have to provide on this slide here, this is one that you provided to me from the municipality.
Oh, Mr. Langenmeyer.
I can speak through this one. So from a revenues side of things, not a ton of change. We're matching a bit of budget to actual. One of the bigger drivers of revenue is the reimbursement of the cost of keeping prisoners. We incur costs with prisoners from out of town, not out of town. Other municipalities, we build them like Comox. Other revenue sources are like fingerprinting and other documentation. Not a huge revenue area, very operational. Where the big piece is in that contracted services line, and you did notice that there is a difference from what was just quoted in our share. And the difference is the fact that we are not funding the two addition, not two, we're not funding two positions because we're relying on that vacancy rate. Those are all the big things from this slide.
I'm happy to take any questions from council.
Excellent. Thanks very much. And maybe just because we talked about those two vacancies, and that's the question that's probably, you know, those anticipatory things of, do we expect to get to that full complement? Because your slide said that there is an expectation that we might get there. So
It's always the hope, and that's the goal that we try and achieve, to get our members back from long-term ODS. After a 30-day period, a member is put onto long-term ODS, which is taken off of the city's collator or the cost center, in which you're no longer contributing to that member's salary. We have hit a bit of a bump in which we have a couple more members that have become long-term ODS, but we're working concertedly with our health services officer as well as them to get them back into the field. I can say anecdotally from previous detachments that I've worked in, it's very difficult to get a full detachment at full strength. And it's one of the biggest things that our detachment commander tries to do, because as resources aren't plentiful and it's not easy for us to secure additional resources from any municipality, let alone this one, we always want to ensure that we're running it with all the members that we possibly can have.
excellent. Thanks for the clarity on that. And we probably ask that almost every year, so much appreciated. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. And just to say thank you for coming today. I think this is a first, at least that I've seen, of going in this level of depth on our RCMP budget. So I really appreciate that. Another layer of accountability for us to be able to talk about this kind of stuff in public. I do have a few questions of clarification of the budget. Under personnel, other payroll items, that was, I think, the largest increase. And there's at the bottom, it says other payroll items include acting pay and reservists, and it's a 50.8% increase. So I'm just wondering if you can speak to that.
Sure. So in terms of like a reservist, those are, I can speak what they are first of all before I address your question. The reservists are typically retired members that have been hired back in a reserve capacity. They work as many hours as they want. They're not really contracted specifically to the detachment, but if they're in the reserve program and if their money has been secured for them, they also add to our detachment complement as well. The 50% increase for this. I'm just looking at you're looking at the line that says CE. Is
under payroll. This
Yeah.
This was from the budget that we pre-approved in the summer.
Right.
So there might be more line items below payroll for staffing personnel.
And the number, the estimate is 215,000. Is that correct? Yeah. I don't have a reason why it's increased as much as what it has, because unless we got a couple more reservists, but since I've been here since July, our reservist has been halved. So we used to have 2, now we have 1. So that's something that I can follow up on to understand. And if it is something that's going to be changed for the projected, it's only fair that I make that number accountable to this council.
Thanks. Do you have, see other lights, but I have other clarification questions. Carry on. Okay. Police dog service training. I was under the impression we no longer had that service in the Comox Valley. I see that we weren't funding it in 22 to 24, but we did this past year and we are. So is this a new service in the Comox Valley?
It is actually. So we originally had one provincial resource for dogs here. This actually, as of January 11th, we have a municipal paid police dog member that is currently here now, Chris Johnson, who has come in from the Lower Mainland. So now we have two police dog services. This Chris Johnson is purely paid by the municipality of Courtenay. So you will be paying his full salary as well as any training and equipment needs for his service dog. This is something that we haven't had in the past. I believe it's almost been 10 years from my understanding since the last time there was a police service dog here. So it's a welcome addition at our detachment, but he works for this city.
Great. And the last clarification question, you had a slide on it, which was, I think this was one of the other largest increases from last year, which was the items that your officers use. Particularly, I'm curious if you can speak to the extended range. If we can go back to that slide. I think you mentioned we're planning to purchase 4.
Yes.
Can you speak to what those are used for?
Sure.
For those of us that don't work in this field?
Yep, those are less than lethal options. So in situations where we have persons that present a threat to a person in public or a police officer, the risk of bodily harm or serious injury, where a circumstance may dictate that we are lawful to discharge a firearm. This gives us an option to have lethal overwatch in a scenario where someone presents a risk to someone's life, where we may transition with another member who's trained on a less than lethal platform to fire a sock round that will, the impact should cause a behavior change, whether it's the dropping of a weapon, a compliance. There's very strict parameters as to when we would utilize this training. This isn't something, if someone was resisting arrest, we'd just pop off around to get them to comply. It needs to meet a very high risk threshold for us to utilize this, and it requires specific training. CPS uses an Arwin, which is very much well the equivalent of a 40 mil round, in the sense that it's like almost like a Nerf sort of high impact sponge. It does have the ability to cause bruising in certain situations, but where it's aimed on a specific person is, again, through its training, it's localized to areas that will produce the least amount of injury to that individual, but will gain compliance in those high risk scenarios.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Inspector Mercer. Very detailed. I appreciate it. Just to follow up on the reservist, did they do all the same duties as a regular member, or can they?
Yes, they can do the same duties as a regular member. Our reservists that we've utilized here, we have utilized them in a traffic component. So municipal traffic, we've utilized them because that's what that person's previous job experience typically was specialized towards. Currently, we have John Stein, who was the staff sergeant of West Coast Marine Detachment. So he operates all of our marine platforms for us. So if we need to go up to Hornby, or if we need to go to Denman, if we need to utilize anything along the coastline or anything like that, he maintains our fleet, he runs our fleet, and because we could use them for paperwork, but it would be a completely wasted resource with that respect. So when we choose our reservists, we typically try to choose something that's going to enhance our detachment rather than just fill in for someone that does general duty policing, which is not a knock against general duty policing, but we try to evaluate the persons that are coming into our area as to how we can best utilize them so it enhances our service delivery to the communities.
Yeah, that makes sense. And when we're having a hard time filling positions, I guess it is a real bonus for us to have people like that want to come here and be a reservist. But you're telling us it's difficult to get that right now.
It is. I mean, I can't imagine a lot of people that have done a full service career would want to come back in a reservist
Retirement's
capacity.
fun. Yeah.
So, yeah, it takes a special kind of individual. And again, we want the right type of people, those that aren't burnt out, that aren't frustrated with the public, because then that invites public complaints and puts a bit of a black mark on this on our detachment, which I really want to avoid.
Yeah, thanks for that. And one other question was around the difference between municipal business line versus provincial business line. Are those also members that in effect are interchangeable, assuming they have the same skills?
Yeah, so the benefit of what we have all these resources in one house. We don't task our only municipal people to look after municipal files. We don't task provincial people to look after only. We integrate the entire detachment to take the benefit of combining our resources so that we can spread them equally amongst the Comox Valley. Where I view us as an integrated community. We're tight, we're close in boundaries in that. I feel that this is the best use of our resources, in which we monopolize our total resources without dedicating specifically to the communities at large. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, that does. And it kind of leads my actual question, which is Courtenay and Comox seem to be responsible for the MBLs, the municipal ones. Would that mean that the 21 provincial ones are kind of associated with responsibilities in Cumberland and the regional area, like the payment of them, I suppose?
The payment, yes, but not that they're tasked specifically.
Right, everyone's interchangeable in the valley, but so I guess I don't usually worry about the numbers and who's paying for what, although it's a topic of discussion in the valley for sure. So the other areas are responsible for 21 officers in essence.
Yes.
And does that, and I haven't done the numbers in my head. Does that seem like a good spread? Like, obviously a lot of the stuff happens in the municipalities, the bigger ones.
For sure.
But if we were all to say we're all responsible.
I think that would invite a more lengthy conversation as far as what I feel that maybe certain areas can pay more, or we could get more bodies respectively as far as the types of calls for service and stuff. I don't know if that's one that I would probably invite at this particular point. I think that at the end of it, that I will never say no to more additional police resources. We police a very large area. And we go up as far as Black Creek and as far south as almost, I think, up to Bowser. We police a very large area. So I'm very lucky to have the resources that I do have. I would always invite more, but I also want to be fiscally responsible for the resources that I currently have. I don't think that there has been an exponential increase, whether it's been PBL or MBL, in terms of our detachment complement. Our FTE equivalent has remained pretty similar for the past 10 to 15 years. And the population has gone up in all areas. So with that, we would like to see an increase to maybe reduce the burden on individual members. But that's a conversation that not I would have to just have with you, but also the other municipalities that are also responsible for payment.
Yeah, and where does that conversation happen for the PBLs, the provincial
For the
ones?
PBLs, that's a great question.
Like, does Cumberland just go to the province, hey, we'd like another member, and
well, I think with Cumberland, Cumberland in itself is going to be unique, because with their new census data, they're going to be, in my opinion, they're probably going to be exceeding that 5,000 mark, which their payment responsibilities are significantly going to change. In terms of the greater provincial area, that's something that I have to have a conversation through my my district line officers to I make that request, and they approach the provincial government on it. But it's a negotiation that's at a higher level. I can make the best case possible for it, but it also depends upon available financial resources and where we rate in terms of priority within the province, because every area, I'm sure, is screaming for their own provincial resources as well.
Yeah. And in essence, it doesn't lie with a politician, municipally or regionally elected, is what you're saying. It's
I would say that they have significant influence in terms of getting those resources. The conversations, I would still engage with those respective municipalities to gain their letter of support for it, and I think that would carry sway and weight with the province. But I'm also new to this game, so I'm also trying to learn the rules behind it as well.
Thanks for the insight.
And Mr. Garvey had a comment as well.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I don't want to extend this conversation, but um, Inspector Mercer and the three municipal CAOs are talking. Inspector Mercer is going to kind of do an RCMP 101 later in the spring in the same kind of elected officials format that the CVRD runs. And I think bringing together elected officials to understand what the RCMP does is very important. Recently retired Island Inspector Carfenton hosted an event in Nanaimo that was very broad about like every aspect of RCMP service on the island. That won't be the purpose, but it will be bringing together just to talk about that, and perhaps that kind of conversation about what's happening will occur. And both municipalities, Comox and Cumberland, are making preparations for Cumberland reaching the 30% threshold and Comox joining us in the 90% club. So those are also very significant items. So just stay tuned for that.
Excellent. I don't see any further questions. So again, great thanks for coming out and articulating some of these things here. And also just to recognize, I've seen you out in the community quite a lot, including the Citizens on Patrol AGM on Sunday. And just it's great to see you out there. And I'll maybe give a plug for them as well as people who are out there trying to make our community safer, and great to see you engaging with all these organizations. Thank you. All right, and with that, we will take a dinner break and then we'll come back to Rec, Culture and Community Services. Oh, let's say 6:45. Keep it to 20 minutes.
Nice to see you.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We'll pass it on. We're going to move into recreation, culture, and community services. And Ms. Saunders is going to keep us going.
Great, thank you. Through the mayor to council, I'm going to provide an overview of both the operating and capital budgets for recreation, culture, and community services. So RCCS, as we are affectionately known, is responsible for all recreation services, so programs, partnerships, facilities, events, as well as strategic long range and project planning for parks, recreation, culture, and community services, cultural services and administration, and community and social development. We are a team of 29 full-time staff, and then we have about 175 casual or seasonal employees, so a very large staffing component. I just think I wanted to point out that of our staffing component, the vast majority is focused on the delivery of recreation services. So of our staffing complement, there are only 3 folks, including myself, who work on strategic and long range and project planning for rec, culture, parks, and community services, culture administration, and community and social development. And we also play a role in supporting the delivery of recreation services. So you'll hear later on in the presentation just that as the scope of our department has expanded and the community needs and demands are growing, the capacity of our culture planning and community functions have really been stretched to their limit. It's resulting in reduced service levels in those areas, as well as resulting in gaps in service to our recreation team as sort of the backbone to that operational team. Just want to make a note that, for rec and culture and community services, we really deliver programs and facilities and services that focus on bringing people together through sport, recreation, arts and culture, social development, partnerships. Our work is focused on supporting the social determinants of health for Courtenay residents and critical to building a healthy and strong community and connected one. Want to kind of highlight the breadth of work that we do. We don't often get the chance to do this, but it includes everything from essential services such as childcare and emergency response through warming centers and cooling centers, obviously leisure, recreation, and sport that cross the lifetime and address not only physical health and wellness, but also the senses of belonging and addressing isolation, arts, culture, and community events that support the vibrancy and connectivity of our city, and social development and partnerships that are addressing issues like gender equity, substance use, food security, and youth development. So just going to spend a moment here to give an overview of recreation. As the mayor alluded to earlier, recreation saw over 209,000 visits in 2024, which is a record-breaking year. You can see on the chart that we are experiencing growth really ever since 2023. On almost every area, we're exceeding our 2019 numbers, which was the previous highest number of participation that we'd seen. We saw 69% more pool visitors in 2024, along with 200 more kids in swimming lessons. We had over 3,000 children and youth registered in camps, the largest camp offering in the Comox Valley, and we still had over 200 children on wait lists. And through Recreation Access and the LEAP program, the city provided approximately $70,000 in financial assistance to those who couldn't otherwise afford to participate in recreation. And I just want to note that this number of over 200,000 visits doesn't include the thousands of children and youth and seniors served through park bookings and the Evergreen Club, nor does it account for the thousands of people that go through our facilities 365 days a year. So last year, we hosted 11,800 hours of rental bookings indoor and over 16,000 hours of rental bookings outdoors. Courtenay is an active and engaged community, and we're extremely grateful the community continues to choose to come to Courtenay Recreation day after day. It also reflects the context that we're working in for recreation and the significant growth in demand. And obviously that has a connection to the resources that are required to be able to meet those community needs. So to give an overview of our 2025 strategic priorities, you'll see that this is broken into recreation, cultural services, community services, as well as parks. I want to highlight first some of the items that have been carried forward from 2024. That includes the Philburg and Cultural Facilities Needs Assessments, the Community and Social Development Framework, which is underway and will continue in 2025, the Parks and Open Spaces Land acquisition strategy, which will be be done in conjunction with the city land acquisition strategy and is also being considered around through the work we're doing on DCCs and ACCs. Gender and menstrual equity is underway, and we will be coming to council shortly with a report. And the cultural strategic plan is almost complete. Council received a draft of it in the fall and will be presented to council shortly for final consideration. The 2025 priorities. A big and significant item here is the recreation strategic plan. So the Parks and Rec master plan was completed over 6 years ago. And with the growth and changes in our community, it's time to complete a strategic plan for recreation, which will inform the future of recreation services and also guide us around future facilities planning. We also have some priorities around updating risk management policies and recreation to address current system and policy gaps, facility rental policies to ensure safe and inclusive spaces and access to our spaces, the Memorial Bench program, and the continued implementation of the Parks and Rec master plan implementation through capital projects, mostly related to parks. Do want to recognize that a number of our priorities have experienced delays. And this is really just due to the capacity of the department. With the 3 of us that we have and the number of emerging issues over 2024, we really are constantly sort of reprioritizing and shifting priorities as we move through them. It's also due to the growth in recreation services, which requires a significant amount of support to make sure that we're meeting community demand and expectations and responding to what we're hearing from community. Sorry, trying to change the slide. There we go. Okay. So I'll give an overview of budget cost drivers. And I'll probably spend a bit more time here describing them in detail than I do on the financial slide. So in terms of our cost drivers, a significant cost driver for recreation, and our financial director mentioned this earlier, really is wages and benefits. As per council's direction, we are implementing the living wage for all of our staff, and that is resulting in a 10% increase. And this is 2 years in a row, so it's 10% year over year for any staff who weren't previously earning the living wage. So as of in the 2024 budget, we implemented the living wage. This is our 2nd year, and it is a 10% increase year over year. It does start to impact our ability to recover costs through our programs and services, as we want to navigate the balance between increasing costs and increasing fees. So far, our fees have not kept pace with wage increases, so our net sort of contribution from recreation is decreasing year over year. We are constantly reviewing the program fee structure. We had fee increases last year, and our staff do an annual review of all of our program fees. We also have increased wages, specifically in our early childhood education programs and Cozy Corner. However, those are offset by provincial funds and grants that we are in receipt of. And the other inflation pieces, we are seeing an increase due to fee increases in our revenue. So it's approximately $90,000 for the year just related to fee increases. In terms of service level cost drivers, I'll speak to it in more detail, but the budget is proposing a culture and events coordinator. And this is to meet the existing needs and expectations within rec, culture, and community services, as well as centralized support for community special events, including the permitting and coordination of these events. In the budget is a request for $42,000 for adapted programs to support the Leisure Buddy program to ensure we can meet the need in the summer. We did have a wait list in the summer, as well as expand adapted programming to include children and youth year-round. Currently, our year-round programming is only adult-oriented. We did confirm that, so we had made a request also of the CVRD, but at the time of the creation of the financial plan, we had not heard a response from the CVRD. We're able to confirm that staff are recommending to the Rec Commission the funding of this $42,000. So if it is received by, if it is approved by the Rec Commission, then this would no longer be a request in the financial plan of the city. Community and social development includes a small operating budget of $25,000 a year to be able to just support the ongoing operations of that department. There is currently no operating budget for it. And what's in the financial plan currently is pool admissions, so an increase in revenue as we expected to have the return of admissions for the pool in 2025. As per your resolution earlier, then that'll now be funded by gaming. In terms of growth, and again, I'll speak to this a little bit more in detail, but we are proposing a conversion of a part-time to a full-time health and wellness supervisor to meet the demands and growth in adult health and wellness, which is one of our largest program areas and also has a significant impact on program revenue. Our instructor costs are increasing to meet program demand, but these are offset by revenue. Increases in janitorial coverage and supply, which is, again, just to respond to the increased usage of our facility. You can imagine with 200,000 folks coming through a year, it's a very busy place and it takes a lot of effort to keep it clean. And we also know that a clean space is one of the biggest reasons people will come back to a space or decide not to come. So it's an important piece for us. And then I'm just noting summer camps there. As I said, we offered hundreds of summer camps, over 2,000 kids just in summer camps alone, with a wait list. But we're also seeing the costs increase to deliver those summer camps with the living wage increases and the cost of supplies. And so we're seeing the net sort of revenue impact of summer camp change year over year. We will be reviewing our fee structure for summer camps to try and address that. But we also know it's an extremely important service to the community to make sure that there are summer camps available for children. And there is a significant, relatively large growth in revenue, both due to program registration. So as we see more numbers, we receive more program registration revenue, but also grants. So we're seeing increased grants from MCFD, the CVRD, and the provincial government around our ECE programs. And you'll see on the right there just a chart that shows the growth in LEAP and Recreation Access Program. And you can see the dramatic growth from 2021 to 2022. So there's $70,000 worth of revenue that the city is funding to enable folks to access recreation who are low income. So this is an overview of our operating budget. The net increase for our department is $471,000. We've projected a revenue increase of $226,000, mostly due to program registration. And so where we're seeing lots more folks coming in and through the doors, which is excellent, we're also seeing an increase in revenue and slight increases in rentals due to the fee increases, as well as a return to sort of rental, pre-COVID rental levels, and the wellness center as well. Significant increases in admissions there. We are so busy there sometimes we have to tell people that there's no spots left. So we've got to find a way to create more capacity or let folks know that they can come at other times, or find a way to organize that a bit differently. But we're having folks come to the wellness center and not be able to find a spot during peak hours right now, which is a great problem to have, and we welcome everyone. In terms of expenses, the total increase is $698,000, with the largest portion of that being wages, which is over $400,000 in wage increases. So again, the net impact to the budget is $471,000. If we look specifically at revenues, we did our best to split up sort of the impact of growth versus inflation, but it can be a bit tricky to decipher exactly when it's inflation, so fee increases driving revenue growth, and when it's actual numbers of folks coming through. And so we're seeing growth in our program revenue, specifically in children's programs, significant numbers of kids coming to recreation programs, which is fantastic. The revenue increase in our adapted and inclusive programs is due to increased funding from the Ministry of Children and Family Development to support one-to-one workers. We're seeing increased revenue in summer, of course. In preschool, what you're seeing there's some movement of funds. This is as we are recipients of 2 provincial grants for Cozy Corner. One is the Child Care Fee Reduction Initiative, where we receive funding directly in order to reduce the fees for parents. So you're seeing a switch of where the funding is coming in because it's different sources. And also we receive the wage enhancement subsidy from the provincial government, where they fund $4 an hour for our ECE wages to ensure that they are in line with market rates. In operations, we're seeing an increase in both participation and fees, specifically in the wellness center and also in rental numbers. And again, I've already spoken a bit just to the pool operations revenue. And our operating budget expenses. So our operating budget is split into three areas: recreation administration, recreation programs, and recreation operations. In our administration department, these are all of our exempt wages. And so you're seeing an inflationary impact there. This is where we have proposed the culture and events coordinator excuse me, I forgot the number, but around 42,000. I'll have it specifically. You'll see a carry forward for the parks planner. It was funded for half of last year. We weren't able to fill it. We did post, and as my colleague Marianne referenced, finding a planner these days is hard, especially one who is a landscape architect or a landscape designer. It's a very specific field. So staff are looking at how we supplement that work while we continue the recruitment. Also in our rec admin department is where we show the tax portion of the funding for our four cultural partners. As our director of finance showed earlier, the other portion of their funding is in gaming, and the increases you see there are related to the contractual agreements we have with those four partners. In program expenses, you'll see an increase in growth in adult programs, and that's the proposed conversion of a part-time to a full-time position for fitness and health. You'll see a change of $50,000 in the youth programs, but that's not an actual budget impact. That's just a reallocation between children and youth and community youth development. So last year, the year before, council approved a new community youth development coordinator. And as we go about implementing that, we're just trying to realign the budget between those different areas. And as I mentioned before, there's also a request in service level of 42,000 for adapted, and that's about increasing our ability to serve children and youth with additional needs. But as I mentioned, we have put that funding request forward to the Rec Commission and are hopeful that the Rec Commission will consider that and approve that, and this request won't be needed from the city budget any longer. The other thing I'll just say around expenses, just going back for a second, is in summer camps, we're seeing wage increases. The other thing we're seeing is that as we're starting to see behaviors in children that require additional support that don't quite meet the thresholds of, say, leisure buddies or folks who need one-to-one support. So we are finding that we actually need to increase our ratios in order to really effectively provide excellent summer camp experiences for all children and youth. And staff are sharing that this is really a COVID impact, that we're seeing kind of the impacts of children and youth who are isolated or not in school or not participating in programs during COVID. Those behaviors are really starting to show up now as they're learning to socialize differently. They're learning different social skills and behaviors. So it is taking more staff to deliver the same level of service to ensure that we're providing a safe and inclusive experience for everyone. In operations, we're seeing an increase in expenses, specifically in our reception wages. We addressed some internal equity around wages this year. It's our largest unionized workforce in recreation next to our custodial team. So those, and then we also have just inflationary impacts. You'll also see a small increase of $7,500 per year for the introduction of the free menstrual products and the maintenance of that equipment at the Lewis and Link. There's a special project that I'll speak to in a bit more detail that talks about rolling it out across more facilities. So in the special projects section, this is a financial overview. As highlighted in the strategic initiatives section, many of these projects have been carried forward just due to capacity and responding to emerging needs over the last year. The Community and Social Development Framework is underway and will continue in 2025. The Cultural Facilities Studies work, which is a long-standing item, that was first identified in the Cultural Services Review of 2019 and reinforced by the draft Cultural Strategic Plan. We've begun the scoping work for that, but it will really roll out this year. The Recreation Strategic Plan is not a new ask. It's actually an updated ask. It was previously funded, but only as a needs assessment. And so the recommendation is that it's a complete recreation strategic plan. And I think recognizing the growth in recreation, and that we're seeing continued growth in the community and changes in the demographics of our community. It's an important step to take to understand what the community's expectations are around recreation, and then also how the city wants to prioritize its investment in this service. The gender equity and menstrual products, there's a $50,000 one-time ask there. There is a report coming to council shortly that will outline this. This is the estimated cost to implement free menstrual products as well as improve gender equity in our washrooms across the city. It will propose a piloted project that is phased, and this is the one-time funding earmarked to do that. And just noting that some of the future projects, as well as the timelines of the current projects, will really depend on really the capacity of the department to continue to work on these projects, or if we're responding to other emerging priorities. So there's 2 staff resource requests in our budget. I'm going to start actually with the health and wellness supervisor there. So the request is for half the equivalent to half an FTE. And that's to convert a part-time adult fitness position into a full-time health and wellness supervisor. As you can see from our numbers, we're experiencing significant growth in program registration and demand, the wellness center, and these are also closely tied to revenue targets. Currently, we have 1 part-time staff overseeing this programming area, which is the 2nd largest programming area, which is hundreds of programs, as well as the largest revenue area. So we are in desperate need of having a full-time staff to be able to focus on this. It's also essential to effectively oversee the HR component related to the instructors and wellness center staff. They're our largest, other than summer camp and children instructors, they are our largest employee group, and also to address key risk management requirements in health and wellness. So that has everything to do with certifications, equipment maintenance, et cetera. The financial impact of this position is $35,000. And then just to speak in a little bit more depth about the culture and events coordinator, and I know just trying to provide a little bit more information on the rationale. So it is a position that's required to meet the current needs in the department and also across the city as it relates to special events. So the key work program would include being the central coordinating body for community special events, so including facilitating our current special events permit and supporting the coordination both internally and externally with community partners and our internal interest holders to make sure community special events run smoothly and effectively. Cultural partnership and agreement oversight, and delivering on priorities that will enable the city to pursue alternative funding strategies, both regionally for the 4 cultural partners and also provincially and federally for facility requirements, where we know there is significant funding available, but without the planning work in place, our partners and ourselves are unable to access that funding. And advancing strategic priorities of council and the OCP, such as the public art policy, the special events and hosting policy, et cetera. Currently, there's about 0.4 of an FTE supporting culture in Courtenay, and that's about a quarter of the manager of recreation admin and 10% perhaps of my role. And noting that this is actually a decrease from the historical level of about 0.75 to 1 FTE. And this is really a result of the growth of the RCCS department, and the same number of staff supporting that area means we have less and less time to be able to commit to culture. In our research into similar sized communities, we're seeing that at a minimum, communities of our size have 1 FTE to a high of 4.5, and the average is at 2.5 FTE. So the ask is to add 1 FTE to support culture and events, which would bring us to a total of still under 1.5 FTE supporting this area. We are truly delivering the current cultural profile on sort of a shoestring budget and on the sides of our desks, and we are missing out on funding opportunities as well as the ability to advance key priorities related to the OCP, the Cultural Strategic Plan, and some of the Parks and Rec Master Plan strategies. I think that I'm just trying to see if there's anything else. I think I'll share too that in our engagement following the draft cultural strategic plan, we've been doing further engagement with our partners, specifically with our 4 cultural partners, as well as our urban Indigenous partners. And we are hearing very clearly from our partners that a request for more capacity to work closely and build relationships with those organizations, especially as it relates to advancing reconciliation through arts and culture. The relationship work that needs to happen requires time and commitment, and currently our structure and our resources do not allow for that. And I just would reference too that the discussion regarding cultural services and the support the city provides is, although the request for the position is new, this was a part of the cultural services review in 2019. It was a recommendation from that plan. And as you saw in the draft cultural plan, it is a recommendation also in that plan. So it's something that has been contemplated for a number of years. And so staff are bringing it forward at this time. The proposed financial impact of the position is $43,000, which is for half a year, and then it would be for a full year following. Now switching to capital projects. So you'll see capital projects for recreation, culture, and parks split over recreation and this group, as well as engineering and operations. So I'll speak specifically to the things that recreation is leading directly, but you'll see those other projects pop up in my colleagues' presentations. And our focus really is on the implementation of the Parks and Rec Master Plan according to the implementation strategy that Council adopted. So our major projects for 2025, almost all of which are funded by the Growing Communities Fund, I'll get into specifics a bit more, is the Harmston Park Plan and Design, and we are coordinating with Development Services to incorporate that to a degree with the Downtown and Harmston Local Area Plan process that's underway. We'll be launching a park planning process for Billmore Park. We will be launching a pickleball design and feasibility study, followed by construction, and we'll also be advancing the playground developments. So we will be proceeding on Woodcote, and we'll have an update to council in the coming weeks on that project. And you'll see, I think, more detailed budgets on playgrounds in Mr. Shaw's presentation. Sorry, I thought I'd be able to read that, but I can't. So this gives a overview of the capital projects in the financial plan, as well as their source of funding. So you'll see that in 2025, we're looking at doing the Harmston Park Plan development and then looking at its actual construction and development in 2026. We have an ongoing Partners in Parks program that we haven't actually accessed in a number of years. And as council resolved recently, we're looking to allocate some of that funding towards a pavilion in Woodcote Park if we can come to agreement with the partners. We will be looking at the Billmore Park design for 2025, and it's proposed to be developed in 2027. These budgets that you'll see specifically for Harmston and Billmore, even for Lewis Park in 28, these are really holding budgets until we have the proposed design. These are our best estimates, but we'll need to go through the design process to get clearer estimates or more specific ones. We have a couple of carry forwards, one related to the totem pole installation at the air park, and that's working with Comox First Nation and the Carver Everson as the artist to install interpretive signage. And you'll also see in the recreation and culture section funding for equipment at Lewis Center. Most specifically, that's related to the wellness center equipment. You'll see a portion there for the pickleball courts. So we'll need to do a feasibility study first to identify the location and then proceed with construction. And we have funding related to the Sid Williams Theatre as well. You'll see a carry forward for the youth center. We completed all the signage, and the last remaining item is that we will be proceeding with a mural on the exterior of the building. I think we shared with council an update that an artist was selected, and they will be leading a youth engagement project to develop a mural on the outside of the link. And finally, two projects that we have proposed to add to the capital plan. One is the recreation facility improvements. So this is ongoing funding to address facility improvements in recreation facilities that are beyond sort of our planned maintenance of HVAC and roofs and critical systems, and into things that really address sort of demand and service related items. They could, for instance, address things like curtains and flooring, improved facility needs, responding to OH&S requirements, or requests from some of our partners such as Evergreen. The Riverside Park Plan and Development, it's showing in 2026, but it should actually be in 2027, and that's to coincide with the Anderton Dike renewal and ensure that some park planning is done around the Riverside Park at the same time. That's it. Happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that very informative and in-depth presentation. There's lots going on. And I'll pass it over to Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Susie, for the information. I wanted to tease out some information about the one position there. It was just going back to it, I'm going to find it here. I'm sure you know which one it is, but it's there it is, Culture and Events Coordinator. And you outlined a lot of things that position would be available for. And I'll be honest, it's one of the areas, the culture plan in particular, and obviously part of the coordinator to go with it, that I've sort of earmarked as something that I wonder if we can really afford. And so could you just go over that again for me? You talked about events. You talked about building capacity with community groups, UNDRIP, and so on. Could you just quickly dice that up for me again, the way you think it's going to play out with that position?
Sure. Yes. And I would say I would look at the position in two ways. One is the events component, and we know that culture and events are intricately connected. There's no way to separate them. They're also connected to economic development and tourism development. It's coming out clearly in our cultural strategic plan that the activation of public space is a significant way to drive culture, community, tourism, and economic development. We also know from recent direction from council that there is a priority to look at our special events and hosting policy. So we have that in the work plan at this point for 2026, but with all of our other strategic priorities already delayed, that's likely to kind of just keep moving as we work on the current ones. Currently, our special events are permitted through our corporate services department as well as our operational services department. This role would take on the work from corporate services and also function as the central body for all community requests around community events, and would be that central coordinating part to coordinate both internally as well as externally. So if we need to bring together fire, police, different businesses or neighbors and our internal stakeholders to plan for events, they would do that. The other piece of their work is related to the cultural program that we currently support. So we do have, in terms of managing the 4 cultural partner agreements and how we work with those partners and ensuring that they're adhering to their agreements, which they do, but it's an important piece of work. We have recommendations in the Cultural Services Review from 2019 around supporting our cultural partners in revenue sources and revenue generation, as well as looking at different funding models, including approaching the region around a different funding strategy. And we currently do not have the capacity to do any of that work. Another key component is really around our facilities planning and ensuring that we're in a position where we can access the necessary grants to support both facilities and programming. So right now there's significant grant funding available. Our partners often access it, but without a committed community or a municipal partner, there's many grants that they're not able to access without committed funding and a plan, especially a capital plan from the municipality. So it's bringing all of that work together in a cohesive way and really being able to meet the needs and respond to the current sort of cultural demands that we're experiencing. So some of the public art requests we get right now are off the side of our desk if we can address those. And we're really just sort of touching on things as they come up, and they often require us to drop other priorities to be able to address them.
Okay, well, thanks for that. And I guess I'm also trying to figure out it with respect to our cultural plan, how much of that is what we've been doing and we just want to tidy up, and how much of it is adding new stuff that we now want to do on top of that. And looking down the road, that will, I suspect it'll have financial implications, and how big is that?
Yeah, and if I can respond to that through the mayor to Councillor Frisch, when we come back with the final cultural plan, one of the pieces that we will bring back is an implementation plan as well as an overview of costing. It is expected that a number of the recommendations in the cultural plan will be able to be completed by a staff person. Otherwise, it will require all of it to be outsourced to a consultant, and that won't allow us to address some of the relationship development that's really key to arts and culture. Most of the work of the cultural plan will sit within the cultural coordinator's position, but we're doing a lot of it already off of the side of our desk. And unfortunately, we're doing less and less and less of it as other priorities start to increase. So this is really a request to meet the current needs and demands of what we're currently facing, both in culture and events.
And that's this new position is to meet that current need.
Correct.
And you suspect that this current position will also deal with sort of the growing or additional needs that we're hoping for, the additional goals that we're setting our sights on through the cultural plan.
Correct, through the mayor to Councillor Frisch. Because we have a manager who has a portion of their work dedicated to this, it would enable then that manager to start working on those strategic priorities instead of focusing all their energy just on operational response.
Right, and that's the position, the labor to contemplate and manage it. But I suppose there'll be projects that cost additional money on top of that, like probably large dollars, maybe, I don't know.
Through the mayor to Councillor Frisch, sometimes yes, like there's always going to be times, or there likely is times, for instance, if we were to develop a public art policy, that we would need to procure a consultant who's an expert in public art to do that. That our capacity to even procure a consultant right now is almost nil, just to be able to manage another consultant and another project. So we also need staff just to be able to move those priorities forward, whether they do it in-house through their own skill and ability, or whether we have to outsource it. And each of those projects, of course, even if the cultural plan is adopted by council, each project always comes back to council in the financial plan for consideration.
Okay, thanks. And then moving down to community and social development under service level, you said something, I'm not sure I quite caught it. Something to the effect of, well, if we do that, then it would cost something. Do you remember what you said about community and social development? Is that a position or is that the plan?
Oh, through the mayor to Councillor Frisch, that's a request for an operating budget for that department. So currently we have funding to develop the plan, which is to procure a consultant and develop the plan and a framework and deliver that to council, which will then guide the work further of our community development coordinator. The $25,000 increase is to have an operating budget for ongoing operating expenses. So currently that department doesn't have any funding.
Sorry, did you say 25?
25,000, yeah.
Thank you. That's it.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. Yeah, the cultural events coordinator is definitely one of the positions that I had flagged with concerns, but I think you've laid out, yeah, a good case for just the current situation is that we're not really resourced adequately with the current need. And going through this budget, my concern is that we're not creating new areas that we're delivering services in while we're trying to, keep our financial house in order. And yeah, I appreciate what's been provided. It does change my thinking on it to a degree. One question I had is under special projects, there's a number of initiatives that you kind of highlighted that, due to work that gets added to your department throughout the year that's not found in the strategic plan necessarily, and lack of capacity. We have a number of things that at the top of this chart that we have not initiated. And I think that the Philberg feasibility study is probably quite overdue, and I imagine this would fit into that position that we're spending some time discussing, and I think that's some important work that needs addressing. I do wonder if the two above that have already been pushed off could be deferred until 2026, and I would just like to hear what you see the impact of waiting another year on those two items of work rather than having them initiated in this work plan.
Through the mayor to Councillor McCollum. So the community services development, so community and social development framework has already been initiated. So that was a scope of work was brought to council in the summer. And so our community development coordinator has been working on that since that time. A lot of the work currently has been with our social service partners and agencies to start scoping out how we would do that work in a collaborative way, as well as initiating neighborhood network conversations and meetings. And so those have been underway. We are about to issue a request for qualifications for a consultant to come on, and it is expected that this work, I believe, the scope was to take over 2 years. So this is work that would be split over the next 2 years to develop. In terms of impact of not doing it, I mean, I think there's a risk around the momentum that's been currently built and I'll say the excitement and commitment from partners, both neighborhood oriented partners and our social service providers around this work. So I think there's a risk there. I think the real operational risk is that without that work around the coordination and collaboration with our social service providers, the city will continue to not have a clearly defined role in community and social services, which actually causes some of this capacity issue because we are pulled in a lot of directions and we don't have a clear set of priorities and a clear description of our role in each of those areas that helps us really focus on what the city wants to achieve, for instance, in childcare, poverty, homelessness, physical health and well-being, neighborhood connection, et cetera. So I think the real risk is that we continue to respond in a very reactive and ad hoc way, and we're not actually able to make sort of forward-moving policy-based decisions. So council obviously could delay that, but I think those would be the risks in delaying it further, especially since it's already started. Regarding the cultural facility feasibility studies, this is work that actually has been deferred a number of times. It was something that actually was identified to do coming out of the cultural services review in 2019. And staff worked with our cultural partners to gain commitment to do the cultural strategic plan first, and then followed by the cultural facility feasibility studies. And so again, it could be delayed, but we do know that our cultural partners have plans for their buildings. They have the ability to access grant funding. And currently, because the city we don't have a facility plan for cultural facilities, we're unable to support them in those grant applications. We're also not able to say yes to any building improvements or say no, because we haven't created a clear prioritized plan for them. So it is work that has been delayed probably 6 or 7 years now because the services review was done in 2019. COVID happened, so everything paused. We then gained consensus on doing the cultural strategic plan first, so we would have that as our guiding document. And then the next step was to do the cultural feasibility study.
Okay, yeah, that's good food for thought. I had one other question. It's not so much budget related, but just on program delivery. You highlighted that a lot of our summer programming ends up waitlisted. I think it's probably not just the summer programming. I think there's lots of programs that we offer, and not that I would like to necessarily see things go this way, but I think we are at risk at some of the regional cooperation that we have had in various areas, or maybe more at risk now than they have been for a variety of reasons. But it had me thinking, is there an opportunity to provide priority registration to Courtenay residents, not necessarily a fee differential, but just providing an opening preferentially for our programming for people who live in the area first? I mean, I especially see that for the summer stuff. It's like get families registered in daycare programming or day camps in their part of the community, and then that ends up kind of being the default rather than just trying to get into wherever you can find daycare for your child. Just curious if you have any thoughts on that.
Sure. Through the mayor to Councillor McCollum. It's definitely something that recreation departments consider across the province. I know of a few who have implemented it. It could be something to consider within the recreation strategic plan. I think it can have unintended consequences. We know from the last time we looked at the residential stats that we're seeing, and this is a very general kind of approach as opposed to looking program by program, but over 60 to 70% of folks are Courtenay residents. So the vast majority using our facilities are Courtenay residents. From other research in recreation, most folks use the recreation center closest to where they live, not actually closest to where they work. So most folks are accessing recreation services where they live. So if it's something to consider within the recreation strategic plan, that's where I would advise that we look at that and then really look at whether or not it achieves the outcome. Some programs like gymnastics are in demand no matter what kind of sort of restrictions you put on it. But I would say, yeah, it's something to explore in the recreation strategic plan, so we can fully understand the kind of implications and opportunities and what that might look like and if it achieves what we're hoping it will.
Okay, yeah, that's good to hear that there's an opportunity to contemplate that. And just my thinking is that all these programs are subsidized in Courtenay in order to provide an accessible entry point. And if, if we can ensure our residents are the ones that access that benefit first, I think that there is, it's worth considering, and also the unintended consequences. But I think it's a worthy conversation to have at some point.
So thanks, Councillor McCollum, and on to Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. In the staff report, it highlights the revenue for your department. And it says here that we're projecting 136,000 increase to revenue, a projected increase, primarily as a result of wellness center attendance, which I could vouch for as someone who goes to the wellness center, and updated fees and charges. And you had originally listed the pool, which that won't happen anymore after our motion earlier today. But I'm curious, and I've seen this slide around our special projects a few times, and I don't think it's ever clicked in this way for me, but we have the Lewis Center study after Philburg. And in reviewing your projected budget for the Philburg and the Lewis Center does make us more money than the Philburg. And we are doing a lot of work around the outdoor pool, which is right next to the Lewis Center. So just wondering what our thinking is around doing Philburg first. I'm sure there's lots of reasons why that it needs to be looked at. But just in terms of, I think, a larger conversation around ways in which we can think about revenue streams. I see the Lewis Center being more of a priority, potentially, at least what we're seeing from the existing statistics. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Sure. Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. Great question. The Philburg and Lewis Center used to be sort of sequential to each other, but with the identification of needing to do a recreation strategic plan, that work really needs to be done before we can look at what the future of the Lewis Center is. So we really need to understand from the community and from council what the priorities of recreation are and what our hopes and goals and plans are for recreation, and then assess our current facilities to determine how they can meet those needs and if they can do it in our current sort of building envelopes or if we need to make improvements. So we really need to do that recreation strategic plan first. In terms of the Philburg feasibility study, it's both coming from just the facility and needing a review. Its use as the senior center by Evergreen it's a substantial use of that facility, and we are receiving regular sort of requests and desires from that group to see improvements to it, and we really need to understand the future of that facility before we can address some of those requests. And coming from the cultural strategic plan, there is opportunity to address some of the facility recommendations from the cultural strategic plan in the Philburg Center. So in terms of why they're sequenced that way, that would be the focus at this time. We also, our rec team is looking at all the facilities in our portfolio, of which there are many related to recreation, and trying to understand how we can best maximize the use of those spaces. To be honest, almost every single space is fully utilized. It's very hard to get access to them. But we have a few opportunities that we are exploring, but they all sort of come with a trade-off between expenses and revenue. So it's trying to find that right balance. But the short version is that the Lewis Center feasibility really needs to follow the recreation strategic plan.
Thanks. And my other question was around the cultural and events planner. And I really appreciate that you speak to the capacity of your existing staff to locate grants and funding for some of the activities that we've already committed to. And I see things like July 1st special events and other special events areas. And so is the hope that some of the budgeted amounts that we have here could be looked at in securing grants if we had an additional FTE to support the grant applications?
Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur, I would think so, yes. So right now, for instance, for Canada Day, we access anywhere from 10 to 15,000 annually in grants for an event that costs the city funds at about $100,000. Looking at how that event is operated and not operated, how it's structured and its intent may create more opportunity for grant. And yes, there's a number of things also that I think when council has had some initiatives, for instance, the Duncan Commons, there's significant grant opportunities available there. However, there's just not the staff capacity to respond and activate. So having staff capacity to work with partners really starts to leverage that third-party funding to do some of those other pieces of work. I'll also note, especially as it relates to revenue, the current team that delivers the Sims concert and the Canada Day concert is the same team that delivers all of our facility rentals, the wellness center and the pool. And so there's just no capacity in that team, especially as our numbers continue to grow, to do anything other than what we've already done, and also no capacity to then also address the wellness center and the pool and our rentals. So by bringing in some capacity and shifting Canada Day and Sims onto another staff person, we start to actually create capacity in both areas. And we can look at things, for instance, like the Sims concerts and how we could get sponsorship and other opportunities that a lot of other communities are doing for their concerts. And we just were unable to do that at this time.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur. And next we have Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Susie. This is a marathon session. And I really appreciate your context about the cultural and events coordinator. That was something, I guess, because the situation we're in, we're needing to really scrutinize all of these positions. And certainly it sounds like it's not actually an increased level of service. It's making sure the level of service we're already trying to deliver is adequately delivered by staff. So to the degree that that position continues the level of service that we're trying to maintain right now, certainly I can definitely get behind that portion of the FTE. I'm not sure what portion that is. So one possible question would be that. The other one is on the capital projects. There's 4 listed. Harmston Park plan design, I know that's a priority and it has been a priority for a while. I can certainly understand why that's there. Pickleball design and construction, there's a lot of interest in the community. That's a priority. And we're always renewing playgrounds, and that's an important thing. So the one capital project I had questions about was Billmore Park plan. I'm wondering, is that something that we could reasonably contemplate deferring for a year or so? I'm just wondering if you could speak to what the immediate need might be and what impact it would have if we were to defer it.
Sure. Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Cole-Hamilton. So the Billmore Park plan is identified in the Parks and Rec Master Plan implementation strategy as, if not the number 1, the number 2 priority for a park plan. So it is the kind of first of the list of park plans that's recommended, followed closely by Harmston, Lewis Park, and Puntledge Park. So they're all laid out in the master plan as to what order we need to do them in. In terms of what's driving the need there's a couple of things. It is sort of one of our largest parks that actually still has some undeveloped park space that isn't encumbered by trees. So there's a large part of green space that isn't used by anything else. So we have some opportunities to address some potential park design options or some recreation amenities that we can't address in other park spaces. The playground is up for renewal and is desperately needed for renewal. So if we weren't to move forward with the Bilmore Park plan, we would have to move forward with the playground renewal. And to do so without thinking of the full context of that park, I think would be a missed opportunity. And it also would feed into some of our recreation space challenges. So there are some incredible opportunities at Bilmore Park that could tick a number of boxes related to recreation facilities, park amenities, the playground standards, as well as a couple of items in our Parks and Rec master plan. So I would suggest we continue to move forward with it. It's also funded through the Growing Communities Fund. So it, Harmston, the playgrounds, and most of pickleball are actually not tax funded.
Okay, all right, thanks for reminding me of that.
That's okay.
All right.
And Mr. Garvey.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, I'm going to ask that our presenters reference taxation implications when we respond to these questions, just because the council is asking very important questions, and with the conversation about how to potentially address costs. So want to make sure when we're talking about new tax growth, again, it's all money, but just I think to help with some of those conversations. So we'll thank you for doing that as it relates to the Bilmore Park.
Thank you.
Excellent. And thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton, for your questions. And we'll move on to Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, lots of great questions, filling in lots of blanks. In terms of the implementation plan for the cultural plan, my guess is, and just going off some of the conversation around no new activities, I would think that this position would obviously look at a phased in approach with whatever that plan is. And so there wouldn't necessarily be a bunch of money attached to it in the short term. There might be, as you mentioned, some work that can be done without a lot of money in the first part of that. I know that we're sort of jumping ahead because we're not, because the plan hasn't come back to us yet, but I did take another look at the draft with that. And I guess I really liked you stressing the piece about grants, because I worked for a nonprofit and always struggling for extra money. And as soon as they hired someone to do fundraising, well, it was like tenfold the money that was coming in for like 20 grand or whatever they were paying this person. So I think there's lots to be said around having someone devoted to that, and for the existing activities, not even necessarily looking to the future stuff, but the things like the facility improvements and all kinds of things, events and stuff. So yeah, I think I've got enough clarification on that. I know we're trying to just do clarifying questions, but the cultural, this piece was never on my shopping block. I just want to say that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moore and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to clarify, are we paying the living wage to high school students who are working in our playgrounds in the summer?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hillian, yes, our minimum wage for all employees is the living wage when we take into consideration benefits. And so it's the entire package. It's not necessarily the dollar per hour, but it's that entire package. Yeah.
So they're not necessarily university students. They're probably living at home and such. Yeah. Are we obliged to do that? Is it a union requirement or is it a council policy?
It would be from council's direction to pay all employees a living wage.
Yeah.
Our summer camp staff and instructors are non-union.
Right. Okay. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian, for that clarification. I don't see any further questions or comments. Given that we've already done RCMP, we're actually at a little bit beyond the 50% mark of our presentation. So thanks, Ms. Saunders, for keeping us moving along, and we will now move into corporate services. And I'll turn that mic back on.
Hard. I wear reading glasses, but I have to see there and here. So yeah, I'm gonna old lady it. Thanks very much, council, for sticking with us this long. I have the pleasure of delivering the shortest presentation of all of the ones tonight, including probably beating out the fire department. But just a bit of a quick overview. Corporate Services Department, we're responsible for essential city functions, predominantly on the internal side. We manage bylaw services, ensuring community safety, legislative services, supporting transparent governance, and communications, which is keeping residents informed and engaged. Our team also handles human resources, IT, legal services, and supports our local RCMP through the municipal employees. Corporate Services provides foundational support, enabling efficient city operations, and I believe high quality service delivery. For 2025, we have a range of strategic priorities across the various divisions. So items that are with the acronym IP are currently in progress. The items with the letter P beside them are those that are planned. The ones with the letter I are those that have moved into the implementation phase. The items that you see in red are the legislative or statutory requirements. So these are things that we are compelled to do, similar to experiences within the Development Service Division. Us too are being impacted by new provincial requirements, specifically around accessibility planning, as well as privacy and information. The majority of the budget changes are due to growth. So this is really looking at casual budget for IT, so a very small amount. Completing the funding for the labor relations position that was funded last year. So it was approved by council last year. We funded the 50% for half the year. That person was successfully hired and is working full time. And so the balance is now bringing that position up to the full-time wage in 2025. Adjustments to the planned records coordinator position. I will talk more about this. So within the previous approved 5-year financial plan, we did have a records coordinator within the plan. I have been paying a lot more attention and specifically monitoring the trends that are taking place within our freedom of information requests, as well as the changing requirements around privacy. So think of these things as around the process you put in place in order to protect the personal information that you're collecting, including making sure that you're appropriately collecting information we're allowed to have in the first place. Then the structures to protect that information, and then as well as doing the training and putting the time and capacity into ensuring that we're protecting that information, therefore preventing our residents from harm in the event of a breach. Additionally, we've had growth within the bylaw division as well as some staff turnover. So unfortunately, similar to the RCMP, bylaw uniforms as well as their training can be quite costly. So we have been adjusting that over time. The nice thing is the training is very much in line with a lot of the strategic priorities that council has been communicating for the last couple of years, specifically around trauma and cultural informed practice, mental health and addictions, and so on. Moving into the cost drivers. So with inflation software licenses, we really are beholden to the financial changes or the software license changes that the IT companies are putting us to. Really, the alternative is to look at transitioning from one IT service to another. The majority of the time, this really isn't feasible and really is just part of doing business where there are inflationary costs. It still is less expensive to maintain the existing licenses of the software we've already implemented than it would be to look at transitioning elsewhere. Additionally, we also have some communication software licensing costs. So this is based on a per capita. So as the city continues to grow in population, our costs are scalable for some of these licenses as well. In regard to service adjustments, as you're aware, we've recently completed the communication strategy. Then we did have a new resource onboarded last year as a result of that. We are on the verge of presenting the final strategic plan for the engagement strategy, which is the counterpart. So communication is information out. Engagement is where we hear from our residents around their perspectives, needs, and priorities. So this is an early recommendation coming out of the engagement framework itself. The other component is really a bit more of a casual tool. So we're seeing this need within the Legislative Services Division, as well as the IT division in particular. And it's to be able to ensure that we're meeting daily needs when we have both planned and unplanned vacancies due to either illness or vacation or elsewhere. Under growth, we have the FOI and privacy, and this isn't the whole position. The growth is really to do with the change from the previous request, which was for the coordinator position, and then the HR adjustments. But again, that was a leftover from last year, and we're just completing the funding. I understand that council is particularly interested in learning more about the net new positions that are being presented this evening. So I'll share a bit more around the rationale for the change in the FOI and privacy specialist. So in 2023, we handled 36 FOI requests. It's not necessarily a good judge, the number of requests, because one request could be one document and another request could be 10,000 documents. So in 2023, the 36 requests actually resulted in 1,600 records that had to be collected, reviewed, and processed. In 2024, we had a 68% increase in the number of documents that needed to be processed as a result of 26 requests. So we've had 10 less requests in this previous year, but we've had a 68% increase in the volume. So as a result of that, we've been using an external contracted, a professional firm. Previously, those costs had been covered under the general legal budget for all of corporate services. But as those costs continue to escalate and be a budget eater within that area, I separated them out to monitor it better. And in 2024, we spent $75,000 on professional fees solely to process FOI requests. Critically, this figure excludes essential internal processing, such as providing staff training on records management, conducting legislatively required privacy impact assessments, developing and maintaining a personal information bank, as well as developing and implementing our privacy framework, all of which are legislatively required that we are currently and have been for the past 2 years in non-compliance. These are not optional moving forward and are reported annually within our audited financial statements. Continued reliance on the external contractors really is unsustainable and leaves us vulnerable to compliance gaps. As an example, the proposed position, the total cost would be $115,000. This would address the FIPA requirements comprehensively. They could handle processing the FOIs, they could provide the training, oversee the records management, conduct PIAs, and develop and implement the robust privacy framework. This would ensure full legislative compliance and most importantly, would strengthen the protection of our residents' personal information. Anticipated growth in access records, the cost of meeting the expectation for FIPA legislative requirements only if we continue with professional services based on 2025 data and an estimated growth rate would be $120,000. So for those of you doing quick math, $115,000 gets us an in-house resource, as well as that they would not just be doing FOI, but we'd be doing all of those other pieces, bringing us in compliance. Or in the event that that position is removed, I would have to replace it with $120,000 in professional fees just to deal with our legislative FOI requirements. So essentially, an investment in this position is both fiscally responsible and legally crucial. For the engagement specialist, really, this is coming out of the council strategic priorities. So we've done a lot in communications over the last couple of years, from the brand standards, the communication strategy. The new website is set about halfway through that project now. And the engagement strategy will be presented to council at the end of February. We've done a lot of public engagement in order to inform these plans. And I presented at the last council meeting on our residents' perspectives on how we're doing as far as engagement goes. And unfortunately, at this point in time, which although it's a really nice benchmark to know, we are not meeting the majority of residents' expectations when it comes to engagement. This is particularly the case when it comes to marginalized or equity deserving groups. Under special projects, we do have quite a few that are carried forward, and this is a similar trend you're hearing tonight, and it's really to do with capacity. I have some staff that are quite critical that are currently on happy leaves. I've also had some emerging issues myself, similar to Director Saunders, where I've been taking off some projects to help respond to those. So these include developing the privacy framework. So that's the first item around FIPA. The public safety office is an item that was directed by council. My understanding is this is something council is going to be considering within your own strategic plan update. So although this has been funded and the money has been carried forward, the decision is at this point with council as to whether to proceed with that special project. We're also going to be moving forward with the anti-racism strategy this year. Again, that was delayed due to ongoing capacity challenges, both with myself as the director, who is quite involved with projects like this, but also HR, who's been working with and addressing a lot of labor relations as well as recruitment and other types of challenges. The website redesign project is about halfway through and is expected to complete this summer. The new engagement strategy, as I mentioned, will be presented at the end of February. And then we'll be moving into a separate implementation strategy that will combine the objectives of both the communications and engagement strategies. And the purpose of this is to ensure a gradual and manageable path towards meeting residents' expectations. So if you think of the strategies as goals, we now need to put the two together and plan a appropriate level of service adjustment over time to make sure that we're able to meet residents' expectations, but also do that on balance with what is appropriate and what is the greatest need. So that's part of the implementation plan. The implementation plan will also look at internal efficiencies, so creating in-house templates to streamline processes, do some change management reflection on the implementation of the communication strategy, and apply those learnings to a combined implementation strategy for both. Finally, we're looking at modernizing our traffic and animal control bylaws. The traffic control bylaw is also one of the items that comes out of the council strategic priorities. Regardless of whether or not it was in the strategic priorities for council, this definitely would have been a priority for staff as well. Similar to the Parks and Public Spaces Regulation Bylaw, this is one that is severely outdated, and we are constantly encountering enforcement and compliance challenges due to deficiencies of the bylaw itself. The same applies to the animal control, but the most interest with the animal control is really to do with dangerous dogs. Right now, we are reliant on the community charter components in order to respond to and address dangerous dogs. That pushes us solely to a court process. So as an example, anytime I'm seeking a consent order to address a dangerous dog issue, it's about $15,000 each individual time, whereas an update to the bylaw will allow us to do that designation internally and apply penalties in the event of non-compliance. So not only would it result in a faster process, but would also allow us to apply fines in the event of non-compliance. So rather than spending money, we could potentially bring in revenue, or ideally, which is always the goal, is getting compliance from the resident. So this is just the overview of what those special projects look like. Something of note is under bylaw enforcement, both the animal control bylaw and the traffic regulation bylaw. The amount of money that I've put within the special projects budget for 2025 is extremely variable depending on the scope that council selects at the point in time when the report comes to council with your policy options. For example, one of the pieces that the questions that will be posed to council when considering the traffic regulation bylaw is seeking council's perspective and the desired approach to addressing overnight vehicle camping. As you can imagine, that one has the potential of expanding the scope quite substantially, especially when it comes to engagement and specialized engagement with marginalized populations. Under capital projects, and I'll go over it a bit more detail in the following slides, but really these are to do with both software and hardware. And the only one that isn't related to IT is building renovation within the City Hall space. So this is really to create additional workspaces. So we had relocated the HR division to an offsite location, consolidating communications and legislation into one space, and dividing the existing meeting room there into additional spaces will help provide the needed workspace for the two positions that are proposed in this year's budget. For the proposed capital projects, IT creates a centralized budget. So a lot of these pieces actually come from the other divisions and are required or have been deemed necessary in order for them to provide their service functions. Examples of this include the operations UPS. So this is the battery backup in order to allow, in the event of a power outage, the ops department to be able to get their generators up and running, and that's a business continuity service. We have the Starlink backup network that is the same for the same rationale. It's really about ensuring that in the event that we have an internet or like an internet outage or something due to related to power security, that we have access. Because so many of our functions and features are now cloud-based applications, maintaining access to the internet is critical in order for continuity of service. Policy organization software. This is really to ensure that as we're developing new policies, we're able to find them. We have review and update schedules, as well as being able to confirm when staff have read, understood, and are signing off on the policy. And that is a really important process when it comes to risk management, as well as ensuring that all of our staff are meeting the same standard and level of understanding when it comes to city policies. There are a couple others in here as well that I'm happy to answer questions about, but these are just some examples of projects in the IT division that are really stemming from elsewhere. And with that, I will take any questions.
Excellent. Thanks very much for the presentation. And I'll pass it right on over to Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, just a quick question while we're still on this slide. With the policy organizational software, would we not license that? I mean, it seems unusual that we could actually just buy software outright nowadays. So just curious about that one.
The 20,000 is based on an estimate. So we've only done a basic exploration around what would be available. So the 20,000 could also help to fund an in-house build, although my preference is to find a more off-the-shelf option. Additionally, we have some work or an exploratory work around an enterprise resource management tool, which is really to do with supporting efficiencies within HR, whether it's recruitment, training, or connections with payroll. So there is an opportunity if we find a software solution through that enterprise-wide search, this may not be required, but until we do the work to determine what's out there, and we just won't know. But this is the estimate based on the current options that were reviewed by IT at this point.
So it might make more sense to do the other piece of work around the organizational software first, and then if that need's not met, do the
It's both. So the hope is to do both within 2025. So the priority would be the exploratory work on the enterprise-wide resource system. And then depending on the outcome of that work, we would either move on with identifying the separate system for the policy database, or we would be able to carry forward the policy database and move it into the future budget to actually bring on the implementation of whatever enterprise-wide resource solution tool that's been selected.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McCollum and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. I do have a few questions. So you spoke about, and I appreciate that you've spent some time unpacking some of the numbers around the privacy and records advisor position. So I was trying to take those numbers down as you were speaking, but where does those professional services costs currently? You said you did some analysis in your budget. I'm just looking at our line by line. Where would that be captured in our budget typically? Is that under Ledge and Min or corporate
It is
services?
under Ledge at Min, so it's currently under legal that was funded at $1. So it was an unfunded item last year because I had been previously covering it under legal. So not knowing what that amount was, I expected to do a variance between my general legal corporate services budget and Ledge. But what we did was we attributed all of the FOI costs to that one. So I knew what those specific costs were. Unfortunately, we have seen an increase in legal costs as well, which means I haven't been able to reallocate money from corporate services legal to offset those professional fees. So I did run a variance, but was able to cover it through cost savings across all my 7 divisions.
Right. As a follow-up to that, I heard you clearly articulate some of the kind of responsibilities that this position would have and some of the benefits of having it in-house. And I really appreciate that. But speaking of the legal, do you have an estimate on what you think the cost savings would be by having an in-house staff person on potential legal costs?
When it comes to the legal costs, we involve legal when FOIs include documents that are legal documents, so coming from other lawyers, or in the event that it needs to be reviewed from a legal lens on our side as well. So we'll have FOIs that come through that are related to potential claims that we're anticipating. So making sure that we're having both that extra legal rigor before we potentially release information is very important, but it really depends on the request itself. And unfortunately, with the requests, I did go in to see if there were trends, like maybe most of the requests were hitting a certain area, or, was there one search thing that was resulting in the change? It isn't. It's across the board. So every single department of the city is seeing this general increase in FOI requests proportionally. So something like development services is always higher hit. So everyone is kind of scaling up simultaneously. But unfortunately, I can't estimate what the legal savings would be because I can't tell you what the request would be next year and what we may be encountering.
Okay, and that 120 that you spoke about, does that include if we were to, the cost that you estimated at 120, does that include legal or does that include just the administrative support that you've been contracting out?
That would include the legal for only FOI, but it would not bring us into legislative compliance. It wouldn't allow us to implement the privacy framework. We couldn't do the privacy information, like the PIA, so the privacy information assessment. So all of those things, and there is a reason why those things are required. And really what it is, it's to prevent the unintentional and unauthorized breach of personal information to external third parties. As you know, things like cybersecurity as well as cyber attacks are becoming more and more sophisticated. I would say we are very analog when it comes to our privacy framework and current protections. And every year that we continue not to address this, we assume higher risk. And every year we do so knowingly, our risk increases as well because we are making the choice to not address that risk and not to comply with our legislative requirements, which can also impact public trust.
Thanks. I see others, Mayor, so I'll get back in line.
All right, thanks for doing that. And yeah, we've got a full gamut at this moment in time. Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Kate. A couple of things. Could you just remind me what the work around the public safety office entails, just briefly?
Sure. I have a resolution from council that directs that staff speak with community partners, including nonprofits, local organizations, RCMP and Bylaw, to talk about the potential of a community safety office in the downtown core.
Right.
And Mr. Burbid had a comment as well.
Yeah,
That's the downtown. That's the downtown office.
Through the mayor to Councillor Frisch, thanks for that question. Council may recall, and we've been kind of holding off doing our mid-term reporting and adjusting our midterm strategic plan pending some of this dialogue. So council had directed that we're not going to proceed with that at this time because of some of the changes that are happening. So until we got that direction, we can't yet pull it out of the budget itself. So just for clarification, it's included, but it is our intention to not proceed with that work.
Okay, thanks for that.
And we'd adjust it at a subsequent financial plan.
Okay, that's clear. The FOIs, that was really interesting. I caught one part, you said there was 1,600 documents in 23.
There was 16,000 documents.
16,000, and then, but there was more in
27,000 documents processed in 2024.
Right, and that equated to like $75,000 in work.
Yes, and that doesn't include the time that I'm taking myself as the head of FOI to review the red line redactions or to provide clarification to the external firm who's trying to understand our internal organizational structure when undergoing that process. It also takes time from our current acting manager of legislative services, our deputy corporate officer, and the corporate services clerk to do the internal coordination and support the various departments when they have questions or clarification.
Do you have an estimate of how much more that is?
Of all of our time or the value?
Yeah, well, it's got to be fair. It sounds like a fair bit, but
It really depends on the surge. So with very large documents, so I've recently worked on a release that had over 6,000 pages. That took me about a day
Yeah.
to read through, just
Yeah.
myself. At the same time, bringing on a new position in order to do that, with something that is as significant as what would result in a 6,000 page public document release, you always want to have a second set of eyes on it. So that person would do all of the work in lieu of the third party contractor. And when Adriana returns from leave, she would be the second set of eyes on that. So my capacity will return when she returns too.
and my understanding though is that FOI requests are supposed to be paid for by the applicant. Is that, what am I missing here? Is that not captured? All these
No.
dollars we're spending?
I wish that was true. Basically, the way it works is the first 3 hours of record searches are free. So if we have good records management practices and we can find 500 records in 3 hours, then that is free. One of the other components that plays into it is under the legislation, we have a duty to assist. So we do try to help applicants narrow their request down to more specific information. At that time, what can often happen is they'll narrow it down so they get within the 3-hour window. They'll find a tidbit of what they're looking for and they'll come back with a second request and get another 3 hours free. And that is completely lawful under the legislation.
And so is there a revenue balance side to the 75,000?
There is a very, very small revenue balance. We collected 1 deposit last year and we've collected 1 deposit this year. The one this year is one of our largest since I've been working for the city and it was $700.
Okay. Well, that's a problem.
Yes, and that was for a commercial applicant, so they were paying the full amount.
Sure. And so maybe a little off topic for setting the budget. What's stopping people from just coming and running us down with FOIs?
There are protections within the legislation around vexatious requests. So in the event that someone, that me as the current corporate officer and head of FOI on behalf of council, if someone were to come back repeatedly and the belief was that they were doing so in order to negatively impact the operations of the city, I could make an application to the OIPC, who's our oversight commissioner, to have those requests deemed as vexatious. In my 15 years as a corporate officer and overseeing thousands of requests, I've never been in a position where I've taken one of those to the OIPC. Is an extremely high threshold. So that would have someone asking us or making a request once a week. And if you think about cities like the city of Vancouver, where you have media reporters that submit FOI requests every single day, it is a very high bar, and unfortunately would not be something that would address this from a capacity or a cost perspective.
Okay. Well, I mean, $75,000 really vexes me, but I guess it doesn't meet the bar. The other question I had was about the engagement specialist. And in particular, how necessary that position is if we were, to really sharpen our pencils in this budget. Like, could we get away with putting that off? I know we did hire a consultant to look at how we're engaging with people and how we're communicating. But if I were to disagree with their assertions, what would that mean to get rid of the engagement specialist and any adjoining work that we were contemplating doing in 2025?
Yep. As far as the engagement specialist role goes, there would be several options that you could consider. One of them could be to look at reallocating staff from the communication side to the engagement side. What that would mean is that the planned projects across all city departments and all of the communication programs that have been developed and planned for each of those would have to be reevaluated. And essentially, if you think of it literally like a line, what's currently falling below the line because we're already operating over capacity, that line would go further up. And so you would see engagements focus on the larger projects and less so on smaller pieces, so the more day-to-day. So you would just see a service decrease in communication across all departments, depending on where they fall as far as the order of priority goes when it comes to the level of impacted residents. That would disproportionately impact marginalized or equity deserving groups, because typically those engagements and those communication approaches are very specialized and very specific, because those portions are the ones that are going to be the most greatly impacted by a project. So those would be the ones that would likely fall below the line, because it is a smaller proportion, unless we change the priority completely to prioritize specific demographics as opposed to volume of impact.
It's a larger projects that we do have an engagement budgeted into them, I would suspect, like big road work or a bridge project. But you're suggesting that day-to-day operations where we do communications would be affected?
If we were to look at reallocating staff from communications to engagement, yes.
And so is the suggestion that what we're doing now, we're just overworking people to get done?
Or not actually doing the level of engagement work that's expected from our residents. So within the resident survey that I presented at the last meeting, the majority of residents said they weren't satisfied with the engagement opportunities the city is currently providing.
Wow.
Engagement opportunities, although we did have some standards, didn't necessarily reflect what was the community expectation, and definitely didn't specifically contemplate things like cultural informed engagement practices. So making sure that everyone feels safe to engage in the spaces that we're engaging them in. This was particularly important when it came to the work that we did to develop the engagement strategy with organizations that were serving urban Indigenous populations, as well as other equity deserving groups. So that is a really a bit more of the new focus, and that's where we'll be seeing the majority of the changes, in addition to the volume from the various projects that the other divisions are undertaking, and the increasing expectation cues that we've been getting from council over the previous 2 years.
Right, and far be it for me to take issue in any particular group who doesn't feel like they're being communicated with enough. But as I'm just going to editorialize a bit here, if the same amount of people are upset with you as happy, then you're doing a good job as a politician, it comes to mind. And at budget time, that seems to be what I have to look at. So, but thanks for your insights anyways.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor Schuliger.
Thanks, Mayor. I guess there's 3 items on the special projects list that I'm just curious. I really heard the rationales for the last 3, the feasibility study and the 2 bylaw reviews. And I did go back to our strategic priorities, and we do have something under streets and transportation that speaks to parking standards downtown, but I'm not quite clear how that equates to doing a full review of the traffic control bylaw. I guess my concern with both the bylaw is that they're both quite sensitive in nature, and I appreciate that you spoke to the importance of expanded or enhanced engagement as a result of the potential impacts of and the sensitivities around those 2 bylaws on marginalized groups, for example. And so I guess my question, given that those 2 bylaws, we focus on the bylaws, sounds like there have been probably a long list of things we want to make amendments to them. And they've probably been outdated to some extent for a while. You know, if we're trying to find some areas to maybe cut or move back, is there any potential impact in moving those 2 pieces, which is about $90,000 to a future year?
No, but I'm taking heed from my city manager, who advised us to talk to items that would be impacting a tax rate. Deferring these 2 items to a future year, because they're one-time projects paid for through surplus, there wouldn't be a tax implication change regardless of if they were undertaken in 2025 or a future year. What the implication would be is those bylaws would not be updated with new fees, new charges, and we would continue to have compliance and enforcement challenges because of the status of the bylaws, which means even if we wanted to give a ticket, in some cases, we wouldn't have the ability to do so, and or may end up in court in order to defend them, eventually losing because our bylaws were not strong enough.
Right. Yeah, and I appreciate the identification of where the funding for each of these items is coming from, but I think it's actually important to consider the special projects specifically, because we're being asked to consider using surplus to decrease the discretionary tax rate. So that's why I am looking at the special projects, because the surplus does matter in this case. So I'll just leave it to that, because I see others have their mic on.
Mr. Garber, you had a comment as well?
Thank you. Through the mayor, if I may, we undertook significant work and heard significant input from community that we need to recognize and address impacts from bylaws and their changes and their delivery of that service. And given the trends and complaints we're seeing in the community, and council very recently received quite a concern from a resident. The intention of these bylaw reviews, and there are monies related to them because we need expert advice in the updating, is that we know that conflicts will come. We need to be in a position to have a lawfully enforceable bylaw that balances and addresses our overall bylaw enforcement policy objectives and the implementation strategy. That was a key commitment that the city made to community when they were raising concerns about the updating of our bylaws themselves and the bylaw implementation strategy, as well as the bylaw enforcement policy oversight. There was a lot of questions about the unintended consequences and how would we manage that. So although it is monies to be spent, we're hearing that these are going to be issues. The second part of it is we are having traffic control issues in the community. That not everything is about addressing people car camping, etc. This ranges from construction management, which we heard in a recent engagement with Old Orchard residents and the like. So it really having those bylaws in the right form that are enforceable, and there will be revenue issues related to them, to be frank, if they're in good shape. So just offer that for council's reference.
Thanks very much for that. And thanks, Councillor Zuliker, for the question, and Councillor McCall.
Yeah, just a question on the proposed position for the FOI increases. You may or may not have insight into this, but in looking at the communities that were lined up within the comparators that are shared in the staff report, I did try to search to see if this is a position that's commonly held in municipalities of a similar size, and I couldn't really find it, although that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And I'm wondering, like, in your local government world, like which municipalities are you seeing hire this position? I mean, obviously the city of Courtenay is not alone in these increases, and I'm curious, like, is Campbell River hiring, Penticton, like the other cities that have similar size budgets and staff needs and populations and such? If you could give some insight in that sense.
I can speak to really one that I have personal experience working for, as well as they do have a specialized and dedicated position to this, and they are directly comparable, which is the District of Squamish. So the District of Squamish is, all of us do our best to be able to meet all of the legislative requirements. And at any given time, especially when it comes to privacy legislation, because it is not something that is quickly funded, because it's not flashy, it's very bureaucratic, and more boring than maybe a librarian type of thing. So whether or not a city has it or doesn't have it really speaks more to the level of service and that city's specific comfort with the level of risk that they're undertaking based on their approach to addressing the compliance issues. I can tell you in Squamish, where I know that they have a dedicated position and they are fully compliant with the legislative requirements. All of these things are done well. They are at a very high standard, and therefore their risk is very low. The cities that don't invest in this, the pieces or the costs that come from that lack of investment, we wouldn't necessarily be aware of, because that would come in privacy breaches. It would come in liability claims when there's been harm done as a result of a privacy breach or an information breach. So those pieces are often shielded behind a veil of legal services. And just being in this industry for quite some time, I would say there isn't a standard that we are above or below. It is really kind of all over the place, and it's completely dependent on the risk tolerance level of both the administration as well as council. So where you see dramatic changes, where cities have maybe failed to invest or develop this internal operational infrastructure, what happens is a breach occurs. And I have worked for cities where something as simple as an email phishing exercise resulted in 6,000 emails being breached that included resumes, medical information, tax information, because
Well,
you'd be amazed.
I mean, this position wouldn't necessarily prevent those kind of things from
They
happening.
would significantly decrease the chances of that happening because they would be able to develop and implement training. They would ensure that policies and processes are in place and also make sure that staff through auditing processes are following those policies. Currently, we don't have those in place. So the training and the information and level of understanding across all departments is really inconsistent, and there would be no standard.
Yeah, okay, I'll leave it at that. I mean, I still have some questions around it, but we have a lot of slides left and it's 8:30, so thanks.
All right, thanks for that. And thanks very much, Mr. Connell, for your presentation. And because we've already done our CMP, I think we're going to jump ahead to, yeah, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor McCollum just made a good point. We've got a significant portion of our agenda left to go. And I wonder what our plan is for actually having a fruitful discussion at the end of it and getting out of here before midnight.
Yeah, so I've been actually communicating with our CAO, given our current pace, we're on track to finish at around 11 o'clock, which is generally after alarms and stuff start going off. So I've already texted acting mayor so that he's ready to extend the meeting as well. My thing was when we get to that point, which I was going to say maybe in 15 minutes to have this discussion, but given that we have lots ahead of us, I'll maybe pass over to Mr. Garbett for his comments.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. In our discussions that we've had, the finance officer and myself with individual councillors, although Mr. Shaw has a significant component of the budget, there weren't significant questions there. Mr. Davidson runs all of our capital projects, and there are some questions there. So at council's discretion, and I would not suggest truncating any discussion at all, perhaps Mr. Shaw's component, if council had specifics, given that the information has been distributed to council, we could spend that time, less time there, focus on Mr. Davidson, and then perhaps pivot into a conversation on options for council. But we would, of course, take your direction in that regard.
All right, and Councillor Frisch.
I always love the idea of grilling Mr. Davidson, but I actually put my mic on because I'm going to take a break. I don't know if anyone else needs to go to the bathroom, but I'm happy to stay till as late as need be to finish it up.
Yeah, I was going to wait till we extend the meeting, take a break so that I don't have to have the acting mayor just jump into my seat. That's one of the challenges of being mayor. So I will be calling a break probably at about the 2.5 hour mark, which is pretty close to 9 o'clock is my goal. So Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor. I was going to possibly suggest an alternative. This is likely the most important meeting we'll have this year. And we're 4.5 hours into it. And I don't think we're anywhere close. I can't even see the end of the meeting at this point. And I'm wondering, maybe our city manager might be able to weigh in on whether we might want to adjourn this meeting and continue it another evening with fresh eyes, fresh attention. I think, and as is often the case, the most important discussion comes at the end when we've heard all the information. And by 10:30, 11 o'clock, 11:30, I'm not sure we're going to be making this really important decision with as much clarity and focus as we could. So anyway, just want to propose that as an alternative.
All right, that's much appreciated. And we do have this room, I believe, every Wednesday reserved. So next Wednesday may be a possibility. Do you want to respond now or you want me to go through the microphones? Okay, well, yeah, we'll let councillors talk. Okay, Councillor McCollum, you're up.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would suggest maybe that we dispense with the presentation piece and just go through have the staff come up and allow for questions. We've heard most of these presentations fairly recently, and I don't, unless there's information that's changed since we workshopped it in November, or there's additional context that staff want to provide, maybe we could just go right to questions and see where we get to by, you know, the time that we would normally walk out of here on a late night, which to me is around 10 o'clock at the
Mhm.
latest. So that's just my thoughts on it. Yeah.
And anything's possible, but I would say, going back to Councillor Cole Hamilton's comments, you know, having the most difficult part of the conversation after 9 o'clock is challenging. Some of us have been doing things since very early this morning, and that includes staff as well. So, anyways, with that, I'll pass it over to Councillor Warren.
Yeah, thanks. Just similar thoughts. I do feel for the staff that have been waiting to do their presentations. But at the same time, I agree that that's appropriate to maybe not go through all the slides, but definitely I would hope that staff could, you know, add in anything they think is really important that maybe isn't in the slides or has come up from conversations over the, you know, since the PowerPoint was made. Because I wouldn't want staff to feel like they've been here all night waiting for their time and then they don't get the same opportunity. But I'm in agreement that I don't think we really can do much beyond like even 9:30 at the latest, and then we turn into whatever that
Pumpkins.
is that we turn into. So thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moran. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, just to add my voice, I'm happy to meet next week with fresher eyes and better energy, especially if we're going to get into the meat of where we want to go. And just in terms of the question around Mr. Shaw's operations presentation, I did have some questions. So we just want to focus on questions rather than go through the entire presentation. But I do have some things I'd like to hear from him on.
So based on what I'm hearing, and I mean, we may want to listen to maybe one more presentation or defer to next week. So I'll pass it over to Councillor, or actually, I'm going to go to Councillor.
Sure, thanks so much. I'd be quite comfortable if we are going to truncate the meeting to perhaps do it at this point. And I also think there's some merit to what Councillor McCollum was saying about the presentations of the sheer volume of slides. We did have the good fortune to see these presentations at a workshop. And I don't see much difference between what we viewed then and what we're viewing now. And I think the idea of having more of a Q&A with staff and a presentation of anything that is new on the slides, I'd favor that for when we continue the meeting. But yeah, I'd be happy to see us draw a line under it for this evening.
Are you making a motion?
Yes, I move that we adjourn and reconvene next Wednesday.
And Mr. Garber, did you want to speak before? Sorry, I forgot
Sorry,
your mic.
Mr. Mayor, through to council, I thought you were going to ask me
Yeah,
about options to
I
it.
did.
And
Yeah,
we
sorry.
absolutely can adjourn till for Wednesday, February 5th, and take this conversation ahead then.
Sorry, so a motion's been placed on the table, but somebody needs to second it. Councillor Hillian?
I'll second it. I'd also like to speak to it.
Yes, sir.
Right. I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity. I mean, I have a suggestion for how we can cut $1 million and not have it cost us anything. So is there an opportunity for us to basically take what we've heard tonight, provide feedback to staff and get a response at our next meeting? Because I'm concerned about the time that staff needs to make any potential changes, if in fact council is going to be recommending changes, and whether, you know, going to next Wednesday and meeting then and however long that may take, and then giving further direction to staff at that point. I'm just concerned about whether staff feel that that gives them enough time to respond to whatever council may determine.
Thanks for that, Mr. Garber.
Thank you. Just procedurally, and I'm getting coaching. So a motion to debate to adjourn is not debatable. And so it was seconded.
All right.
So I think the intention, you know, I mean, we're trying to be close. And I think I would suggest what I've heard is there's some more conversation. So you could defeat that motion, remember that you're talking about it, and then you could carry on. So I just want to, yes,
Yeah, or we can,
thanks.
yeah, fair enough. Okay, motion is withdrawn, the table is cleared. Any further questions or comments? Councillor Hillian.
Yeah, my question is that if we adjourn in the next few minutes, which I'm in favor of, is there an opportunity to forward further questions to staff, which they could respond to at the next meeting? And would that still give them time to take direction from council if there are significant changes to the financial plan?
Mr. Garvin.
Thank you. I have shared some thoughts, but we have some information. So we've presented a financial plan that's structured to address the strategic priorities. There are costs related to it. I would suggest if we want council to be acting strategically to make sure that we have adequate time to have a strategic analysis of where we want to be, we can take forward, and I'm not suggesting that we need to, we can answer questions to understand what financial implications would be, but to rejig the financial plan with changes then that have subsequent implications for strategic initiatives, that the ability to really think that out and what the implications are for council's overall direction, because we wrote a plan and we checked in on a plan for the term of council. By potentially structuring the 2025 financial plan to access surplus with direction to take some specific financial planning moves with a strategic lens and checking back into council to make sure those decisions don't take us completely off track for the term of council. I think that's an option. So we can definitely answer questions of council if you choose to give that direction. But I would hesitate to start to get into really big moves on the deliverables in the term of your council to respond to very challenging circumstances at this point. We believe that through direction from council for financial planning for 26, we can have a manageable and deliverable plan for 25. And then starting in May, when we're coming back with the final adjustments to the 25, that we can start that specific, measured, targeted approach to address the go forward. But I just offer that for council. But we need specific direction if we want to take both a money-focused change as well as a money and work program, resource, and service level discussion. And I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't, but in order to do that rationally, which is what this council has done beginning in the 28 council and the 2022 council, that would be a departure from where we're going. So I'd recommend that we ask us questions. We can come back to a next meeting. But if the intention is to start to actually look at significant service levels, we will need more time than we have available to us.
And Councillor McCollum.
So I'm just going to share how I interpret that is that by putting this discussion off for another week, we're further limiting our options in terms of changes that we can conceivably make or that are fair, perhaps, to ask staff to implement on a shorter timeline. So I do think that there might be some value in us providing more direction than just asking questions at this point from what Jeff has shared, although you're welcome to correct me if I'm misunderstanding. I looked at what our financial plan looked like last year after we had reduced to the 7.7%, and it was projected to be a 5.7% increase on this budget, and it's nowhere close. So we can change around a little bit with the surplus. It's not going to achieve what the issue is, and that things are getting more expensive than we anticipated. And we also have some service level increases that are costing us more than what we anticipated when we did our budgeting last year. And to me, that is time to pause and make some choices and look at what we're going to push forward into the future and what we don't want to fund right now. And in my mind, we need to set some priorities. So if we can do that at the next meeting and there's and that allows adequate time for staff to make some changes, then let's do it that way. But if you need further information from us to allow that to happen in time to pass the budget, then I don't think we should adjourn the meeting early tonight.
All right. Okay, and just so everybody knows, I have turned the podium mic off just in case Chris wants to sit while we're having this discussion. But I didn't tell Chris, so I'm telling him now. Just so we may bring you back up, but we'll just have to see. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I mean, my comments are similar to the comments I've shared before, which is I think we're going to continue to be in the situation that we're in, where we're getting these increases and percentage discretionary tax increases that are higher than what we would like to see until we have what I believe the two large conversations that we have not yet had, which is around service levels and diversifying our revenue streams and assessing whether or not we're accessing the right amount of revenue outside of taxation that we could, whether it be through fees and charges or otherwise. So, and I've heard articulated from our city manager that type of work takes time. We're January. I think this is the earliest potentially that we've had this process start. We have until May 15th. Likely that work won't be able to get done by then. And so I think that we need to just get messy with it in the interim. And I really look forward to having the deeper conversation so that we can start to address some of these things long term. Thanks.
Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks very much. So I guess I'm still a little unsure what I'm hearing from our city manager. It seems to me that the kind of review of level of service and of revenue streams, even if we made a decision tonight, I don't think that's going to happen before May. So I don't see how the decision we're making right now, or will shortly be making regarding adjourning for a single week, I'm not sure how that forecloses the possibility of how it changes the quality or of the decision making we can make in the short term for the 25 budget. We can't reimagine what's going to happen for the next several years in the 25 budget. That would be something that would happen through those longer conversations, which can't be done by May 15th. But we are going to need to make a decision prior to May 15th about whether we take this as it is or whether we make changes given changes in the world. I just don't see that continuing this 1 week later, that's loss of 7 days, would foreclose the possibility of making reasoned decisions in the near term about 2025 prior to a longer conversation which takes place outside the budget cycle. But maybe I'm misunderstanding what the city manager was saying. I'm not trying to,
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Fair enough. Did you want to just respond to that, Mr. Carver?
And thank you for the question. And this, I guess, not knowing what the changes could be, if they are fundamental and strategic in nature and level of service in nature, or if they are, sort of removal of X, Y, and Z. So I apologize if I didn't attempt to truncate the discussion. I guess was explaining that depending on what council would like to do, the implications could be service level long-term. But my apologies, and I think it would be good to hear, for us to understand that. Council can go that direction. We can crank, and Adam's team can do that, and respond to that. So, if council has some specific thoughts, then obviously we would take those.
All right, thanks for that, Councillor Moore.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's probably some, although we may not agree on everything, I think there's probably some kind of quick wins that wouldn't necessarily impact I don't know if I should say it out loud or not. But, you know, I mean, it was brought up before, the community safety office. Yes, that was something that council asked to explore, but I haven't really heard a huge appetite for that because we've talked about how we've got other measures in place now that have kind of met the need of that. I'm just throwing that out there as something that maybe there are a few of those that are kind of easy things that we could look at, but I don't know what the process would be to do that. So, I mean, would that fall into the category of it being complicated because it's a strategic priority?
Thank you. We have been trying to put together maybe sort of a rational process to go forward. If council wants to give us direction and come back with amendments or advice on amendments next Wednesday, then I think create a list, council endorse that list, and it might have to be item by item because we have to do that. And we can keep track of that. We've got legislative people here to keep track of that, and we can run that and then come back with the implications. And Adam and Kate and I sat down to talk about potentially this. Am I repeating what we discussed? Thank you. So let's, if that's council's will, we can do that.
Yeah, I mean, just a very quick follow-up in terms of that example. I'm thinking about things that maybe have had, things change and maybe that particular need has been met in another way. Like, I'm not talking about throwing out the baby with the bathwater, but I think there might be some other things like that that could be agreed upon.
Right. And Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I'm not really clear. I have, a list of things I'd like to suggest in terms of where I think we could make adjustments. But what would be the correct process? Like, we put one, I put one forward, we vote on it, go to the next one and make a list that way? Or, I mean, this was, I am not totally clear on how you, like, the structure of how you want this list to come together.
Ms. O'Connell, just one sec. Yeah, Ms. O'Connell.
What you could do, and we've done this previously, and I just can't remember when it was. But you could each go around, list your items. I can track them, deem them, and then basically, if there isn't repetition on those items, like say there's only one member of council that wants staff to spend that consecrated period of time doing that work to come back to council with like implications, risks, service, like that type of piece, then if there's a good amount of interest from council that depending on what staff come back with, there is a likelihood of either moving forward or not, like that's more of a decision. Deeming them based on each of your areas of interest would help to clarify whether or not there's consistent interest in looking at specific types of areas. So I think once you get the info, like it out, what you want to look at, and I can hear from everyone and then put them down and see how they align, we might have a better idea from there. One is to the complexity of any changes to those items. Two, how strong is the interest amongst all members of council to take a deeper look at that, especially if it may end up in an amendment or change to the proposed financial plan. That's just one way, but until I know, I won't necessarily know if that'll meet council's needs, but it's an option for having an idea about what no one's saying out loud.
Yeah, I mean, that seems very complicated. I think in approaching this process and seeing what the level of taxation increase that's proposed on the budget, that most of us have looked at it and considered what things that we're willing to change. And so I think trying to get themes and repetition at this point might make it harder, and I'm not necessarily looking for a report back. Maybe I have a question for staff or two or three. But I don't think at this point in the process where we already workshopped this budget for 4 days. So I'm not necessarily wanting to create additional work for staff around the implications of it. But at the same time, I think we recognize that we can't go forward with the way that it is. At least that's how I'm feeling. I shouldn't speak for others. So, I mean, for starters, I don't think that we're going to see the full staff complemented, supported that's laid out in the budget. There's definitely positions that I'm less supportive of and other ones that came up in the discussion that I was on the fence about that maybe I'm less wanting to remove than others. So now I'm just going on and
It's getting late.
I,
It's getting late.
We gotta stop.
yeah.
And we got 9 minutes before we have
So
to extend.
I guess leading into the next meeting, because we're not gonna get through this list as a group. What information could we provide to staff now to make this process go more smoothly in a week?
Mr. Carter?
Yeah, thank you. We have two options. I mean, you could say, we want to set the tax rate at 7% and then come and take it forward as is. You could set a tax rate, which gives us the overall, and then identify a couple other specific changes. Or you could, so those are two ways to rationally do it. I've heard some themes from council. We've provided information on what the tax increase is relative to that tax rate. It doesn't sound like council is comfortable with saying X tax rate proceed, because there are some specific changes. And some of those changes could be staffing, and some of those changes could have deliverable implications. So I think it would, as I discussed with some members of council, that would be an appropriate way to do that. And it is 7 days away, and we can come back with the implications from that. If there is consensus from council, we have information that we can share on obviously 10% is not going to be there. We had information from 9 all the way to 7% tax increase. Sorry, yes, 7% tax increase, and what the financial implications are of that. And that results in a tax rate. We have a table on that. And then we also have the opportunity to hear from council about any specific items that they would like to change. And we can come back on Wednesday with the implications of that. Hopefully that's simplifies it.
Did you have a follow-up, Councillor McCollum?
I guess it is, yeah, I'll be quick. So to clarify, I would like to see the tax rate in line with what was in the financial plan last time, which was closer to 5.7, although it doesn't need to be exactly that. And a reduction in spending that's in line with that. I'm not looking to move more surplus around. You know, it's funded, it's already funded $2 million from unspent surplus. So, you know, it could be slightly more or less than that to make a round number, but otherwise, I think we need to focus on the spending side, not, you know, moving money from one account to another.
All right, I've got about 5 minutes and 4 lights. I was actually gonna pass it over to my acting mayor to extend the meeting.
Thanks, Mayor.
By a reasonable amount.
Yeah, I move to extend the meeting to 9:30 p.m.
Okay, hopefully we don't need all that. All those in favor? And that motion carries. All right, Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Almost voted against that and put one on for 9:15. But I mean, it's interesting that we're kind of getting to the meat of the discussion at this point, and we're almost jumping ahead of the rest of the presentations. And I think providing any kind of direction at this point, I'm not sure would be appropriate or helpful, because we haven't had a chance to talk to staff and listen to their responses and consider it fully. But some combination of suggesting a range that we'd like to see it land at and talking about specific things that we're comfortable deferring. Seems to me that's what we did last year. And staff were really effective and helpful, and we were able to get it done. Whether that needs to be followed by a larger conversation about level of service and where revenue comes from, which takes place outside this year's tax discussion, that's kind of a separate thing. But as long as our city manager is comfortable with us, if we do defer a week and then come back with a combination of a discussion about what is an acceptable tax rate and the cuts and suggestions on some of the spending decreases or deferrals that would be required to get there. That seems like a reasonable goal for next week. And as long as our city manager, that you had mentioned that it's one of the three options, was that kind of middle ground. If we can do that, then I think we're well set for next week. But I'm not comfortable providing any kind of direction at all at this point, other than that we should all go home
Before 9:30. Councillor Frisch.
I'm sure nobody cares, but I have plans next week. I have questions for Chris Davidson. Don't have so many for you, Kyle. Sorry. And I'm ready to keep going.
Councillor Moore.
Yeah, in line with what Will said, I have a whole list. Most of my questions were for the end of, the presentation. So I feel like we all asked a bunch of questions. We got clarification. That may have changed our mind about things, maybe not. So I kind of feel like I need that information before I could, come up with suggestions or whatever. The other question I had was, I know it seems totally off base, but the permissive tax exemption conversation. Like, could that not play into this? Like, what if we decided to just not do them? Like we could just, we have a moratorium this year or whatever. I'm just saying, like, that could free up a bunch of money. Anyway, I mean, there's a lot of some of the nonprofits that really need the money could apply for a grant. There's a whole whack of them that are frankly just enjoying that tax exemption. So anyway.
If you'd like me just to respond to that, we have council direction. Adam's group is working on permissive tax exemption. It's a 2025 project, and we're getting some advice on that. It's in the area of $475,000 of tax, but I would caution doing that without having a backup that you're going to always hear from your staff that you should have policy sort of deliberations in that regard. And that's why I referenced we can develop our financial plan based on the big picture strategic direction we have. And we also can take the time to have that dialogue and continue potentially carry this forward. Mr. Davidson and Mr. Shaw are here for questions. And if we complete that dialogue, and we're not under the monthly time frame, I just would say, like I said, the complexities related to the changes may be long-term or they may be very narrow until council articulates that. And that's for our council to articulate. So if we want to consider just recessing this meeting, starting again on Wednesday, we do have a long-term legislative deadline, but we are a little bit early, and we were hoping to be in the right way, and we will work through that. And we have very competent staff that can assist us with that. And every action has a reaction, and we get that information, and we'll move forward. And my understanding is all local governments are going to be going through this right now. Well, unless you have an adopted financial plan like another jurisdiction in the valley already. So, but this is going to be happening all over British Columbia this year. So, it's up for council to decide whether we're going to take more steps tonight. And I do feel like maybe I'm going around in circles as well. So I'll leave it back to council.
All right, it's 9:00. I think Councillor Fish has a comment.
Well, thanks for all the input to everyone. I don't,
Sorry, Councillor Clem. Yeah.
I just want to thank everyone for their input. I'm ready to move on. So unless there's a motion to defer this meeting, I'd like to continue.
Councillor Hillan? Oh,
Well, I'm assuming that we're carrying on till 9:30. Is that what we're doing?
Mr. Davidson, do you think 9:30 is a reasonable amount of time for you to get through your presentation and questions?
Yes, pending questions, I think 9:30 is very reasonable. I can be quite quick. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Do you want to approach the podium again? Glad I didn't have you stand for that entire time, but I will turn the podium on while you're walking there to save a few seconds.
Okay, thank you very much. Here tonight to present the IAEE budget. So overview, IAEE is responsible for asset management, capital project delivery, and environmental engineering. 2025 strategic priorities include 6th Street Bridge construction, McPhee Meadows construction, East Side Fire Hall detailed design, corporate climate action plan, and memorial pool options analysis and detailed design. So operating budgets, we do have a few items. Sorry, just adjusting my screen here. So service level impacts in Eng, we have an increase of 46,000, which is the second half of the 2024 Eng tech position. For asset management, we have a decrease of 56,000, which is reallocation to water and sewer. For Eng growth, we see 79,000, which is an allowance for a building rental to potentially move office as we are running low on office space at City Hall. And for asset management, we are carrying forward 112,000 for work that didn't get completed in 2024 due to the transition from OPS to IAEE. For special projects, we are carrying forward unspent funds for most items, including flood management plan, IRMP, climate action plan, CVRD program, and corporate facility energy management plan. We're requesting $250,000 for a transportation master plan, which is needed to support development planning and asset management planning. And we're also requesting $65,000 to fund the Youth Climate Corps as per recent staff report. So capital program, construction 2025, bit of an ambitious plan. So we're hoping to construct the 6th Street Bridge, Lake Trail multi-use pathway, McPhee Meadows Phase 1, demolition, deconstruction of Anderson Arms, Cohen Hostel, and the bridge building, some pickleball courts, and McPhee Avenue water and sewer project. So diving into the capital project budgets, most project budgets are the same. I'll just speak to the changes. So Fire Hall, unfortunately, moving slower than originally planned. Now planned for detailed design in 25 and construction in 26. That's construction start in 26, just to clarify. Renewable energy options will defer half the budget until 26, waiting for corporate climate action plan to be completed in 25 to inform this work. Traffic signal controllers deferred construction to 2026. Ryan Road Sidewalk and Braidwood Road have both advanced by 1 year to meet the timing of the 925 Braidwood Road development. Budgets have remained the same. All other budgets are unchanged on this slide. Carrying on capital changes, McPhee Meadows Phase 2 design deferred to 2026. McPhee Meadows Phase 1, we're requesting an additional $311,000 to fund additional environmental considerations. This is due to anticipated impacts from making the access pathway more accessible down to the meadows. And staff will have a staff report coming forward on this in the near future once we have more information. Lake Trail multi-use pathway increase as per the fall staff report, and memorial pool funds include carry forward for options analysis and detailed design, both to be completed in 25. Proposed capital projects. So bridge building demolition deconstruction budget increased to 695,000, which is high. So this increase is due to risks and unknowns associated with the project, which include but are not limited to sharing a common wall with a building next door, having no drawings, designs to base analysis on, having limited workspace on Anderson Avenue, questions around ground stability, and lastly, having footings in the river, which we expect to increase environmental mitigation efforts. This will be a very challenging project for us. 5th Street Bridge contaminated soils. We believe soils under the 5th Street Bridge west abutment may be in need of remediation. We're proposing $50,000 for some further scoping and analysis this year and $150,000 for potential remediation in 2027 to be timed with the Anderton Dike works. Budget cost drivers. So in operating, we see carrying forward unspent funds from last year. We have rental fees for potentially moving office. On the capital side, increase for bridge building, demolition, deconstruction, and overall capital funding for the year has decreased due to deferral of some works. This is my last slide, and so with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Wow, you were very efficient. I'm just going to pass it right over to Councillor Haley.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Chris. The 1.8 million in park design for McPhee Meadows, is that where's that money coming from, and what is it, capital or operating, or where is that coming from?
That is definitely capital.
Okay.
And the source of funding for that is general operating fund, park amenities reserve, and growing communities fund. You can see it on the far right column on that slide.
Right. And do we know yet if we're getting the grants that we applied for? Or,
we still have not heard, unfortunately. I believe there's still one outstanding that we haven't heard from.
Right. So if we decided to postpone that for a year, we could potentially use that 1.5 million in the Growing Communities Fund for something else.
Yes, I believe so, but it's been quite some time since we've heard from the granting regulators, so I would really like to check back in with them just to confirm what the status is and if it's still active.
Okay, I was just curious about that. Thanks.
Excellent. And maybe that's something that could happen before next week's meeting. We're all on the same page. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have two areas. One's the master transportation plan review. And I guess my question, well, I'll just tell straight out, my feeling is I don't know that I want to spend $250,000 to review it. Is there a smaller, less expensive option where staff write us a report and bring it to council and let us decide if there's something that needs a big change? I mean, I remember passing it, and yeah, if there's an item or two that we don't want to endorse, that makes sense. But that kind of money, I would easily put it off. Do you have any thoughts on implications on that?
Yes, I believe that'd be quite impactful to not do the work. It is needed both for asset management planning and also for development planning. So there's a few components there. It's long-term strategy for transportation for the valley, how we manage the assets, setting service levels, and even doing some modeling to understanding how much loading we're seeing on the network. I may pass it to our Director of Development Services to add to the discussion.
Ms. Wade. Oh, another microphone jump.
Oh, you beat me to it. I wanted to make a note that project is set to be funded by DCC monies.
Oh, it's funded by DCC monies? Okay.
Yeah, and the plan is once we have the updated DCC bylaw, it is one of the projects that is an eligible item, and we already have money in the DCC reserve to do it.
Well, thanks for truncating that. That makes it simple. And my next question is around
So Ms. Wade,
bridge build. Sorry, Ms. Wade, you're off the hook. The bridge building demolition, what would the impact be if council said to you, look, we don't want to spend more than, say, $350,000. We'd authorize that, go out to a request for proposals and come back with what it's really going to cost, and maybe it has to wait. If it's truly going to be 700,000 or maybe it's lower and fits in within the budget, what kind of impacts would that have to our overall plan?
Excellent question. Thank you. 300, I think for this one would be a little bit low considering the level of risk. 500 would probably be more realistic. It's challenging. It's a challenging one to analyze until we start to open it up, as it were. So it'll be unfortunately a situation where there may be some change orders that come as we're deconstructing or demolishing the structure. So it's hard to estimate up front. I would say if council's committed to doing it, we could proceed with less of a budget. And then if it looks like we're going to be over, we could certainly come back and ask for a budget reallocation.
Yeah, my understanding is that this market space is extremely limited in supply and people willing to do it, and the costs are going through the roof on demolitions. From my personal view is that it's not worth it to me right now to rush to take this down for that price. So I'd be looking at other perhaps creative ideas to not take it down or to wait for a better opportunity for a better price. And I think that's everything I have for you. Thanks.
Thank you. Great. Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And on to Councillor Jolicoeur.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. Those were two of my questions, and I was gonna say, if only in a world where I think there's enough people that want to see that building down that would volunteer to take a jackhammer to the wall. If
be
only
part of
we
the
didn't have
community
work safe insurance and all those other things. I'm sure there's asbestos in the walls or who knows what, but yeah, that's just, I don't think I can get behind $700,000 to tear down a building, but I guess my other questions pertaining to your budget was related to some of the capital expenses. Just going back to my page here. I think it was. I might have to come back, Mayor. I just lost my page. I'll let someone else go.
Fair enough. It's getting late.
Made a joke and now I
So
forgot.
Councillor Moore.
Great, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, when I saw that 695,000, I kind of had a heart attack because, you know, I can just hear it now. How much did they pay for that building? Now they're paying, you know, the same amount to demolish it. I don't know. It's a tough one. I guess I heard the answer. You don't think it would, even if we waited to shop around and get that quote, it may not bring that price down much, but it could be delayed though. I mean, obviously, we're hearing from people they want that building down. We are taking down the other ones. It does still improve that corridor. And that building is a little bit more obscured. Anyway, I don't know. But that's a hard one to swallow, 695,000.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Moore and Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation, Chris. My question is on the 750,000 for the McPhee Water and Sewer project. I'm just looking at the table for like the large table for our capital plan. And it's broken out there and it looks as though it's meant to be funded by general taxation, which of course has a big impact on what we end up charging to our residents on this this year. But I don't see where the rest of this project is on the water and sewer capital expenditures on the same page of the slide. So, and then it looks like it's listed on one in the staff report and not the other. So I'm not clear what the total cost is on the project and exactly where it's being funded from. So if you could just clarify.
I think CFO would like to address that one thing.
Oh. There you go.
Great question. This is one that's spread over general operating, the sewer and the water fund, and that's why it is more challenging to see spread out. 750,000 in water and sewer component, and then the balance is in general. What those add up to right in front of me, I don't have right now.
Okay. Did you have a subsequent that or?
Yeah, maybe we could just get some better information at the next meeting because it is not showing in the water and sewer and it looks like it's just showing in taxation. And then there is a discrepancy. I did look at it. So, but we don't need to address it now, but maybe we could circle back or even just come out in an email later for clarification is fine. Yeah, it's in water, but not sewer. And it's in the capital chart, it's in general, but neither of those two. So, yeah.
All right. Thanks, Councillor McCollum and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm remembering now. So in your operations slide, I don't recall, I think there's been some informal conversations around some of the realities at City Hall, but I don't recall us receiving any formal reporting around office space constraints. And I think in corporate services, in the section in the financial plan staff report, it speaks to rental costs for human resources. And so seemingly, we're needing to rent. I know that we recently had another building that we've rented to others. And so I'm just trying to understand what our overall strategy is here. 79,000, obviously, I don't recall, I think you had one new FTE last year. So I'm just wondering if we can get a little bit more detail here around what the actual constraints are. I'm assuming those staff are currently at City Hall. So if we can just get some more details of 79,000.
Mr. Garvin.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council general, thank you for the question, Councilor Jolicoeur. We don't, when we need additional budget to address these issues, we come to council. The building itself, you've been in it many times, is absolutely maxed out, and we're converting meeting rooms that we use forward facing to accommodate staff, and we have a responsibility to provide a reasonable workspace to our employees. The second floor of that building is actually not even a full height ceiling in components of it, and we do have issues related to asbestos. But the ability to renovate to accommodate the staff we have is extremely limited. Plans have been underway for administrative space and operational services space stretching back over 10 years. And so we're reaching the maximum of what we can accommodate inside, and an affordable way is to rent for us to provide that and deliver those services. Other options are to build and buy, et cetera. And we're not in a position to recommend that at this point, and we haven't done the planning work to do that. We have inventories of our available space and floor plans. If council is interested in why we need additional space for our existing staff, and we can provide that information.
Yeah, just as a follow-up, I think just wanting to be strategic, as I said, we recently signed a lease for one of our buildings that I think, you know, I'm questioning, why didn't we say that for this team? And then recently the HR team moving offsite as well. And so this idea of maybe consolidating leases to cost save. And then speaking of spaces in the capital plan, there's a $30,000 for the HR meeting room. Is that's being renovated for the purposes of creating new offices or a new meeting room?
Sorry, I believe
sorry.
Kate O'Connell would like to speak to that one.
That's correct. So the meeting room currently, or the space that we have currently for the two positions, so the FOI position, which deals with highly confidential information, requires a dedicated space. So we don't have any cubicle spaces left, even if we wanted to put that position into an open office space. Additionally, with the same goes for the engagement specialist, we have no location to put them. We did do quite a significant office reorganization last year to try and maximize space, which is part of moving HR off-site. We were able to consolidate different teams. So you may recall, for example, corporate services was kind of spattered all over the place. We had procurement down at the ops yard. We had bylaw in a trailer external to the building that had very limited access to services. So we were able to bring a lot of, eliminate the trailer rental, bring bylaw inside, create more space for ops to expand into the procurement space, consolidate teams to increase some of those efficiencies as well. And essentially the renovation that's planned for the upstairs HR meeting room is predominantly like a pony wall in between, splitting the meeting room into two. This half of the space would permit for future growth as well, if that is the case. So one side could accommodate 2 employees, whereas the other side, because of record storage requirements, could only acquire 1. So it's not just for an immediate space need, but also would provide a future space need in the event we have support for that.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that. I don't see any further questions or comments at this point. I'll maybe just comment on that building removal, which is, you know, that high ticket item, certainly much higher than I think anybody was expecting. So sticker shock is certainly something that's there. My only challenge is having seen it sit there for so long, there's certainly a fly in the ointment feeling that I have. And then dealing with budgets around, you know, the refurbishment of the bridge or even water treatment facilities or any other things. The longer we wait, generally my experience is the price doesn't go down. So that, you know, that's the only downside that I see. But I fully understand going through and picking apart what are potential things to change and see where we can sharpen our pencils over the next week or so. But with that, I think I'm going to bid you adieu and possibly entertain a Well, unless it can be done in 10 minutes with questions, but I counted those slides and it took me longer than 10 minutes just to count the slides. So, yeah, well, I will say this. Yeah, no, so, with that, I will entertain. Okay, so we're going to adjourn until, Wednesday, February 4th, 5th at 4 p.m.
But you know what? Might be a little bigger than.
Yeah. So, we have a motion on the floor. I'm going to call the vote now. All those in favor? Motion passes. See you everybody in a week.